Hello, we are live on a Monday again. Been a while. Anyway, yeah, if it wasn't obvious from, well, maybe not the title of the stream, but some of the posts I've been putting out, well, we're at the end of part 4. Well, we're about to be at the end of part 4. But we got a ways to, but we have quite the task ahead of us before we get there. I wouldn't call this hard, at least compared to last time, which the last map prompted a few more resets than I was expecting, but this one, like I said, it's still pretty long, but honestly, it's not that bad. We'll see. You'll see.
Tibaran's group passes quickly through Salmo, drawing steadily closer to the Imperial capital. The hardships of the journey lead the group to overcome their racial differences and form bonds of friendship and trust. However, Almeida, the Queen Mother of Dain, remains alone and aloof, lost in thoughts of her own. Her son, Peleus, also seems to guard some secret thought tucked deep within his heart.
Chapter 5, Unforgivable Sin. I hope Lady Almeida is alright. How is she doing? Bryson's song seems to have calmed her for now. I see. What about her son? How's he feeling? He is sleeping right now. He is quite exhausted, understandably. We've been fighting one battle after another. Peleus is so fragile compared to his mother. Actually, they don't seem anything alike. That Almeida is a formidable woman. At first, I doubted her claim that she was the daughter of that useless old lizard. But even I had trouble holding her down. Me. She's no ordinary Bjork woman, that's for sure. I agree. Lady Almeida and Prince Kurthnaga share a striking resemblance as well. Not just their faces, but their mannerisms too. Is that how Bjork spot blood relations? We Laguz use scent, mainly. Speaking of which, something has been bothering me about Almeida. She has no distinct scent. It's that she is neither Bjork nor Laguz. She actually told me something that I wanted to ask you about. She said that she lost her power when she became pregnant with King Peleus. So the ancient songs are true. What songs would those be? It is said that the goddess forbid Laguz and Bjork to procreate. If a couple breaks the taboo, the punishment is dealt to the Laguz parent. She or he loses the power of the Laguz and becomes something that does not belong to either species. Did you hear something? Who goes there? King Tibaran? Oh wait, no. I remember who this was. If the songs are indeed true, then it is my duty to keep the Honorable Hawk King from being alone with my bewitching queen. Do you not agree, Your Majesty? Who? My apologies for the lateness of the hour. Proper social graces are most difficult to observe in wartime. Bastion! I have been absent for a long time, Your Majesty. I apologize again from the deepest place in my heart. Oh, you are all right. How I worried for your safety. Sorry to interrupt this tender reunion scene, but where on Tellius have you been, Lord Jester? What have you been doing up until now? Come on, I'm listening. Out with it. I suppose one as swift as our King of the Skies is unlikely to count patience as one of his virtues. Fear not, I shall tell you everything, but first I must ask you to both step away from other ears. And would it be possible to rouse the prince with the elegant white wings? Are you asking me to get racing? Fine, but do me a favor and talk like a normal person, would you? It is a terrible habit of yours, Bastion. I've never known anyone who talks so much but said so little. Oh, my dear beloved Lucia, it pains me to imagine your piteous tears during those cold, lonely nights without me. Be of good cheer, little one. This day you may weep tears of joy in my loving embrace. Ever the optimist, eh, Bastion? No remark on the hair either? Go figure. Joffrey, is that you? It is. Joffrey, you're safe too. Queen Olyncia, I swear that I shall never, ever leave your side again. Oh, I'm so glad. Hello. I have told you not to sneak up on me, Volk. Your Majesty, this is Volk, a spy and, fireman in Count Bastion's employ. He was working for Ike during the Mad King's War. Perhaps you remember... Our captive has disappeared. He has been gone for approximately half an hour. He escaped? No! We must find him! Here is your next assignment. Find the escaped prisoner immediately. 2,000 gold. That will be fine. Make it quick. Understood. This is very rude of me after I was the one who asked you here, but we have an emergency. Would you all gather here again once we capture the escapee? That's fine. I'm not very fond of the dark anyway. We'll gather later. Joffrey, give me a hand, would you? I would like to take him to the carriage. Lucia, do you know who that man in the black cape is? I was curious too. It's no use asking, though. Neither Bastion nor my brother would say anything. Even Joffrey? I didn't think he ever kept secrets. A mysterious escaped prisoner? A man shrouded in black. It's a big night for secrets, isn't it? Indeed. Well, the plot seems to be ramping up everywhere else in every other army, the Hawk Army over here feels like it's playing clarinet or something. Speaking of which, oh, are they not in... Yep, here they are. Joffrey's back from the bus after being gone for frickin' forever. He even brought his Brave Lance with him. How generous of him, and... Oh. Yeah, I forgot about you. I can make this work. Bastion's also here, and I'll talk about him in a minute. He is... Wow, he's prepped for endgame, and those stats aren't that bad either, but I'll talk about him in a sec. This is... Well, I've thought about playing clarinet, and yeah, the last time we saw these guys, they barely got through the map that they were on in one piece, and it's not going to be much easier, I'm going to tell you that much, but I think especially having Joffrey back is going to be a real shot in the arm for this group, because... Like, we were relying on Kiran a lot. We were relying on Aaron. Probably, like, well, not without reason. I mean, Aaron's one of the best units that I've got at the moment. Even if he's lagging a bit behind everybody else at the moment. Peleus is actually kind of impressing me a little bit. He's like I said, I think he's another good candidate for just bonus XP abuse. I know some people were like, oh, just try leveling him up anyway. No. Are you kidding me? The only stat that he's really bogged down in is luck, and he's gonna be able to get, like, I think +3 out of that, if I'm not mistaken, before I can just slam a Master Crown down on him, and we're gonna have an Arc Sage on our hands before the next map starts, and... Yeah. And then, of course, Tyranio over here he's okay. He's okay. He's gonna keep doing good, but the units that we have are... It's rough going, I guess. I think I mentioned it last time, but I kind of overestimated how stacked, like, our Laguz lineup is here, and speaking of which, give me this, because I don't think you're... If I learned anything from the last time, from my last outing with this group, it's that this team, or Renulf, I guess, in particular, is just not a good candidate for Wildheart. Rend is fantastic, I love it, but do I have anything I could give you? Cancel? It's not a bad idea. I think I'm gonna leave that alone for the time being. I think the other thing I'm gonna do is, gonna take a Savior off of Valencia, and Cancel's actually kind of good, now that I think about it, because it's a skill percent chance to proc, right? Yeah, it is, and 26%, and Amity is a infinite use Brave weapon, so there's a good chance that she can attack like 4 times, and any procs that I can get on this are really, really good, so we're gonna go ahead and give her that for this map. In terms of other stuff, Resolve on Tyranio kind of feels like a bit of a waste. Kiran's actually a pretty good candidate for it. I think it'll certainly do him better than Paragon, but the main thing that I'm worried about on this map is just making sure that he can survive it. Because with his current defense, he's been doing well enough to get by, but that's still not saying much. In terms of other units, Laura I don't need skills on. Aaron with renewal is... I mean, like, that's okay, don't get me wrong, but... I think I'd rather give him something like Beast Foe or Dragon Foe. Beast Foe is very good on this map. If I had any unit that could use a crossbow reliably, because, yeah, well, Astrid sure as hell isn't gonna use it. Or Leonardo, who's still not promoted, but... Yeah, this is, it's gonna be rough going for a little bit, but... I have some... Like I said, with Joffrey back on the team, I have a bit more confidence in... Oh yeah, I forgot Bastion has innate corrosion. I think he had that in Path of Radiance. I'll talk about Bastion in a minute, but I want to go over here and start doling out some bonus XP, because Lord knows I think we have some very, very good candidates for it. Peleus in particular, I'm just gonna do this straight up. That is... Yeah, that's money well spent, I would say. 1. This should cap out his magic, which is good. Yeah, that did. Which means he's guaranteed to get defense on these next 2 levels. Yep, and he has 20 luck and 17 defense going into promotion, which is... I mean, like, look at this shit! This is ridiculous! And keep in mind, I did screen cap, Actually, I want to see if I kept the image, because I'm curious what his, cap stats are compared to Soren's. This is about the best Peleus that you can get going into promotion, because his trademark shitty luck isn't gonna get much better. I swear I kept it somewhere. It might not be in... I might have to... I might have to dig for it a little more than I otherwise can muster. Because I was gonna put it on Blue Sky, but then I think the image just wouldn't, it wasn't, like, uploading properly. I don't know how to describe it. It might be in one of my other folders. No, I can't find it anywhere. Like, I don't even know what's going on. I'm gonna be honest. I found a... I won't even get into it. I found an old Path of Exile meme from, like, way back when I used to play that game, but nope, nothing else. But yeah, this is about as goated as you can get, and like, I don't even know, man. That doesn't even, that still doesn't feel quite right, is what I'm gonna get at. Like, 26 magic I think is a little bit low, at least for this point in the game. So let's fix that. Speaking of which, speaking of fixing things, give me this, and you give me that. And that, too, because where did that coin even come from? I don't even know. Right, I was gonna go here, go down to my boy right here. Take this. And I figured we might as well do this one first, because I guess he earned it? Class change. It's very purple. Also, yeah, the tome does clip through the sleeve there, I just noticed. Well, I thought he would get more luck out of that, but I guess he doesn't. But, like hell, I'm complaining. That just uncapped all of his stats and gave him a nice boost to pretty much everything. He will be quite serviceable going ahead, especially since, yeah, okay. I think that's a magic cap of 40, which is pretty solid. But yeah, Arc Sage mode is unlocked. It even comes with a B in staff rank? Are you kidding? Yeah. That's pretty good, honestly. And then in terms of skills, I think Peleus is a prime candidate for Paragon on this map. He's got more than enough room for it, and I could give him one of these two skills. I'm very curious who I'm actually going to give Dragon Foe, because it's going to come in handy, but yeah, for now, I think I'm going to do Paragon. He's the most behind everybody else, and because of how this map works, it seems pretty unlikely that he's gonna be able to... I don't know where I'm going with this. That he's gonna, like, be getting, like, tons of frontline level-ups and whatnot. Like, Aaron... I could give it to Aaron, but Aaron's gonna be fine. Same thing goes for, like, Tyranio and Kiran, and I'm gonna do Kiran next, because... That's a pittance, and yeah, he could get that normally, but I think I would rather go into this map with him already at Gold Knight compared to just waiting, like, the one combat encounter for him to get it. Kiran, what happened? You lost your horns helmet that you've had since forever. Oh well. Not as good as Titania, but that'll definitely service him for what's coming up. I could give him a... Hang on, let me go into supports real quick. You have 4 available, and... Oh, well... Astrid and Joffrey are available, and so is Alencia. Does Alencia have a... No, she doesn't. Okay. Alencia with a Lucia support wouldn't be that bad. Or a Braum support, too. That would also be handy. Because Water is something that I was kind of hoping that I could do Kiran with Braum, which would almost be fitting since they joined you, I think, at the same time back in Path of Radiance, but... Whatever. I can do Joffrey. That would give extra attack, but I don't necessarily know if that's very good, I'm gonna be honest, because Kiran needs defense or speed more than he needs anything else. Like I said, I don't know what Heaven gives either, but I think I'll do Alencia with Braum just to give a little bit more survivability. Because, yeah, that's an extra 1 defense, and that's an extra +1 to attack and defense. That alone is pretty okay. And Tabard can't do anybody. Rayson can do a bunch of people, but none of them are people I particularly want him to have, and same thing goes for... This is tempting if I'm being honest, but the Aaron... I don't want to break up the Aaron-Laura A support. Because, yeah, that is everything that an Aaron needs in order to succeed on the battlefield, and I guess Laura gets the hit rate, which is fine. On the rare occasion that I have her attack, and... yeah, again, like... man, what did I should have maybe spent more time trying to build up support points, because Tyrannia Peleus with Peleus is pretty good, but... yeah, I could also give Lucia's affinity to somebody else, but I can't do that either. I could give Renulf with Rayson, but that's pointless. Laura? Really? Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this, because it seems kind of appropriate. Because, yeah, like I said, there's no defense out of that, there's just extra attack and maybe a little bit of void that can help. Fire is one of the worst affinities to give, because I think it only gives attack. Or if it gives more than that, I can't tell. As for you, like I said, I think that this is okay to do this, and then we're gonna use another... oh, that is a lot. That is a lot of bonus XP that's going down the tube. I'll give him 1 to start, and just see what he gets out of it. Because, yeah, once everybody hits Tier 3, I've kind of been taking my foot off the gas, and I guess I should have expected that. Yeah, because 18 defense is pretty lackluster. And, like I said, his support doesn't give him anything, so that's a little bit unfortunate, but I don't know. I've been kind of messing around in this inventory for a little bit too long, so I should probably check out these info conversations, because we have 3. This first one is, well, it's rather curious. We'll get into it, and then I'll talk about it a bit more later. Oh, Queen Alencia! Amy, you're safe! Oh, I'm so glad. It's so good to see you. I came here with General Joffrey. With Joffrey? I was outside on the day when the bright light engulfed everything. At first, I thought that time had stopped. Then I realized that time was normal, but everyone around me had been turned to stone. I rode around the city to investigate, and I found this little girl crying in Khalil's bar. Did you find anyone else? What about Largo? No. How tragic. How am I going to tell Khalil? Mommy is here? I want to see my mommy. I'm sorry, Amy. Your mommy is somewhere else. Mommy isn't here? No, she isn't, but I'm sure that she's doing well. Mommy, Daddy. Hey, don't cry, Amy. Mommy told you not to cry, right? Remember? Kitty Cat Man? Good, you remembered me. Listen carefully, alright? If you're good and travel with us without complaining, you'll get to see Mommy really soon. Does that sound good? Really? Would I lie to you, Pumpkin? And I'll tell you a secret. If you're patient, we'll even find a way to get your daddy moving around like usual. I'll be patient. I won't cry anymore, I promise. Good, that's my girl. Amy, it's late. Let's go to my tent and get some sleep, alright? Kitty Cat Man, will you come too? Sure, I'll even let you sleep on my furry belly. For real? Yay! Don't tell anyone, but my belly is super comfortable. You'll be asleep in no time. Wow, that's great, Amy. Let's get going. Yes! Kitty cat pillow! Kitty cat pillow! I don't know how to voice children. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Renulf. Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Renulf. Don't mention it. I'm a sucker for kids. And Largo and Khalil have been good to me. I'll catch up with you later. How unusual. I can't believe a small child like that has been saved from petrification. Isn't she the first? King Tabarn, Prince Rayson. I'd assume that only the people with a certain amount of power were safe from protection, but I guess wrong. I'm wondering if there are even rules at all. Yeah, that conversation is very curious, and it does raise a lot of questions. Mainly because, obviously, that conversation is a little bit different if Khalil is in Tabarn's group, or, alternatively, and this is a bit more fucked up, if Khalil is dead. And if she is, that conversation where Renulf kind of swoops in to help out, you get a little bit of bonus dialogue afterwards that's like, where Renulf goes back up into Alencia and is like, I had to lie to Amy, I'm sorry, because I couldn't tell her that her mom was dead. And then they're like, yeah, we'll have to explain it later once Largo is back, and Yeah, I don't know what the implication of that is. Like, are there more kids that weren't petrified? Where are they? Like, I don't know, like, the only other kid that's been relevant to the plot is, Nico back in part 1. Like, is he okay, but his mom isn't? That's kind of messed up when you think about it, but the kid's safe, that's fine, and I don't know, the kitty cat pillow stuff, I'm like, if it wasn't a kid saying that, I'm like, well, to quote Dan the Enigma from an earlier stream, or from an earlier raid, Pulse stream is that way, so I don't know I don't know how else to word it. But here, this one's a bit more relevant. You only get this on New Game Plus if Peleus is alive. There you are, Your Majesty. General Tyrannia. Is something wrong? Take a look at this. The mark of the Blood Pact. It has faded quite a bit, hasn't it? What do you think this means? I do not know. I must think on it. Yes, we'll both have to. The lives of Dane's people depend on it. Do you believe that people can be saved from the state that they are in? Of course I do. To be honest, I'm a little bit thankful for the situation right now. Dane was headed for destruction because of what I'd done. But what the goddess did has changed the course of things. I can't fail this time. I have to save everyone. Ah, I see. I shall do everything I can to assist. Thank you. Your Majesty, this is for you. It's a dark tome. Thank you, General Tyrannia. Dark tomes are harder to come by than tomes of the other elements. How did you find it? I did not find it. Your gratitude belongs to someone else. What do you mean? Lady Almeida looked for it at every village and town we stopped in. She gave it to me out of concern that you might not take it from her. I see. Your Majesty, if you'll excuse me. Mother. Oh my god, okay! I thought that was a Varine tome. That's stupid good. My opinion on Almeida might be shifting a little bit. I don't know. We're definitely going to need that going forward. Fenrir tomes are... Yeah, that is extremely hard to come by. I don't even think I can buy those. But, yeah, speaking of other convos, birds. Sheesh, all I'm saying is that you should take it, Alki. No, you are older than me. One must respect one's elders. It's yours, Janaf. That's not fair. You only say things like that when it's convenient for you. We're only 5 years apart. 5 years is 5 years. You deserve the perks due of someone of your age. You take it. Did you just call me an old codger? Come on, I don't care who keeps it, just make a decision already. Shut up, Tabarn, this is between me and Ulki. Should you really be addressing your king with words like those? Who cares? It's not like anyone else can hear. Selfish little magpie. Hey, look at me, I'm Ulki. Oh god, hang on, let me redo this. Hey, look at me, I'm Ulki, the solitaire peacock. Alright, Janaf, that's enough. What? How am I the one getting scolded? You too, Ulki. You know how to press his buttons. Don't egg him on like that. Fine. What are you fighting over? They're arguing over who would take my gift. Neither of them seem willing to take it. Really? How uncharacteristic... How uncharacteristic... Third time, I swear. Really? How uncharacteristically selfless of you to put up a fight, Ulki. What do you mean, White Prince? Ulki's just being an ungrateful wretch for not appreciating my thoughtfulness. He'll never understand. Since the item is so nice, I thought that you should have it. I'm not the stubborn one here. Well, since neither of you want it, I'll take it. What? Prince Rayson? It will come in handy during a battle, right? Then I'll wear it and fight next to Tabari. Sure, it'll be good. It's good to be thoughtful and giving. Excuse me. It's good to be thoughtful and giving, but if neither of you appreciates it, there's no point. Rayson's right. Alright, this is for you. Rayson can be my one and only aide from now on. I should have thought of this sooner. But wait, no, I'll take it. No, I shall take it. Ulki? Once we have it, Janaf and I will discuss who should wear the item. Do you agree? Do you agree to this, Janaf? Yes, I do. I have no problem with that. Rayson? That's fine with me. As long as you agree to keep me nearby, I'm alright with whatever you decide. It's a done deal, then. Now, don't you two feel a little stupid after getting lectured like that? And by Rayson as well. Sorry, Elkie. I apologize, too. I've been with you and Tabaran since our feathers hadn't even grown in yet. I guess we know each other a little too well. Well, the White Prince certainly reminded me of who I am. I'm an aide to the King of Phoenicians. Me too. Here, Janeth. This is for you. Hey, wait a minute! You think you pulled a fast one on me, don't you? Get back here, okay? Some people will fight until the cows come home. We got another Shriek tome. Yeah, all of that over that, I don't even know. Anyway, so I guess I'll talk about Bastion now while I figure out how to outfit everybody. In case all of your sages got RNG screwed, which, let me tell you, mine certainly is all hell didn't. Soren and Peleus are basically both mandatory with me going into endgame, and do I have a Thunder Tome I can give you? Perfect. You have a B rank, right? An A rank? Oh my god. Well, I can't use Thoron, but I can use Bolting or Arc Thunder if I find a way, and I can't. Oh, never mind. Shit. Anyway, yeah, Peleus and Soren are basically both coming with me into the endgame because I just, like, all of my Arcsage stuff, I've just been goaded to hell and back. Like, it's just been, like, Peleus turned out about as well as he could, especially, like, in a post-promotion landscape, or pre-promotion landscape. Soren as well, I think, was just, like, near-capped stats across the board. It was unreal. So, I don't have much use for Bastion, but that doesn't mean that he's that bad. He's at level 10 as an Arcsage, and unfortunately, despite his bases, like, especially a 35 in Magic and a 32 in Resistance, I think are both very good, and unlike Sanaki, he can use any tome that we throw at him, including, if I could demonstrate, a certain Rex Caliber can go on him right out of the gate if we so choose. Unfortunately, the Rex Flame tome can't. He's, I believe he's S rank in, yeah, he's not, those are peculiar, those are a bit peculiar. He can only get SS rank in Wind Tomes. He's kind of competing with Soren in that department. But, yeah, in case Soren is somehow dead or turned out awful, Bastion's right there to fill in that gap. And, like I said, similar to Stefan, he's subpar, but if you want to use him, use him. I mean, you don't really have much to lose. Speaking of which, do I have a spare? Yes, I do. I'm gonna give you a men's staff, and then this is gonna be a bit peculiar because it won't make sense, but I'm gonna give him the Beast Killer and the Base Lord. There's a reason for that isn't immediately apparent, because, someone's not here right now, and we'll get to him. Oh, will we get to him? But, Bastion is, gonna be a requirement to grab him. Laura, you're good. Elencia, you've been good forever. And I think I'm gonna give you a Vulnerary if I have one. I do. And then, what's your defense looking like? Ooh, 22 with the Amity. That's not good. Well, it's not great, I should say. Do I want to give you the... I kind of want to give Elencia my spare Draco Shield, because... yeah, I need to shore up her defense a little bit, especially on this map. There you go. That'll put you at 24 defense, which is a lot better. Well, it's on par with some of our other units at this point that aren't named Aaron. Or Braum, because, like, good grief. He'll get doubled by damn near everything on this map, but he's not going to take a lot of damage, if memory serves. But anyway, yeah, I'll just have Bastion hold on to that stuff for the time being. In terms of other equipment, let's go to the shop for a second. The rack with the two brothers, which means I can forge stuff, but, Bird Hoe, grab this. It's very cheap. It's only really good for the one map coming up, but it is pretty invaluable on a lot of units. This basically... oh. Let me remove this off of Elencia, because I think it costs 15. Yeah, it costs 15. That's a little bit unfortunate. You can get Cancel back. I guess I could give it to... Beast Foe on Tyranio, I think, would be good, because the main problem I have with a lot of these skills is that, first off, their capacity is a little bit limiting, because, like I said, we've got 35 capacity tied up in Mastery skills, which is annoying, and then I think Aaron might... What's Tyranio's defense? Aaron actually has more defense. I think I'm actually going to do this. We're going to give Aaron a Beast Foe. And then I can't really give you anything else. If only I could give you Blossom. That would rule. And then I'll give, I guess I could give Tyranio Renewal or Bird Foe. One of the two. I don't want any of them on Kiran, even though he's got the capacity for it. Well, he's got the capacity for one, specifically. I'm tempted to give him Blossom just to shore up some of his more mediocre growths, but that's probably not going to happen. And then Tabarn's got plenty of room, but the problem is that he can't equip more skills because his list is full. For some dumb reason. God, because, like, I've been tempted to take Pavice off of him because it's kind of wasted. Because, yeah, it's funny that, like, on the off chance that he does get hit, he could just no-sell it, but I think I'm going to wait until I hit Endgame, which conveniently is the very next chapter to do that. I think, yeah, I'm going to give Bird Foe to you, and then we're going to give, well, I can't give Dragon Foe to, well, anybody, if I'm being honest. That's a little awkward. But what I can do is I can adjust Ulki and Janat's inventories. They both have pretty good skills out of the gate, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to give one, I'm going to give one of them Wildheart. I think I'm going to give Ulki Wildheart, and then because Janat was so kind, I can... Actually, Shriek is useless. Take Dragon Foe. Mainly because, you know what I'm actually going to do? This seems like a bit of sacrilege, but I'm going to take Pavice off of Tabarn now, because he's never going to get hit anyway. That's going to be expensive to dole out later, but we do have good candidates for that later. What I can do instead is I can give Tabarn Dragon Foe. Because that way he becomes a very reliable panic button in the event that I run into one of those suckers. Because believe me, I definitely can. It's the endgame. Dragons show up in the endgame of any Fire Emblem game. It's just a common fact. So yeah, we have our important skills doled out, and I can give you both Wildheart. You know what? I think I'm gonna do it. These two, unlike Renulf, actually have the stats to make me actually want to use half-shifting compared to Renulf, where it was just a massive mistake. Or at least it felt like one. And I can't really give Pavice to anybody, even though I could give it to Kiran, which would be funny. Let's do it, because... Yeah, I'm gonna have fun playing around with skills on this map, I think, because we have a lot of good candidates just to muck around with. Speaking of which, inventory management. Tabarn, you're good. Alencia, you're good. Rayson, you're good. Tyranio's got... I might want to give Tyranio an extra Steel Lance, although that Silver Lance of his is probably going to be... I'll give him the extra that we've got. Why not? And then, Aaron, your equipment is... You don't need that Pure Water. Actually, you do, now that I think about it. I'll try to keep one Pure Water on me for the time being, because... We're fighting a lot of Lagoos on this map, but the boss is actually pretty dangerous if I don't have Pure Water, so I'm going to want to keep that. And then, I bought a Steel Great Lance for a reason. Let's go ahead and grab it. Just for the time being. Laura, your equipment is set for life. I don't think Braum is coming out. Peleus I've already managed. And then everybody else is just kind of whatever. And like I said, Kiran's inventory is pretty much set. I don't think he needs a Pure Water, because I don't want him going anywhere near the boss. But I never ended up using that Eggplant Axe, and I've got Steel Axes for days. I have so many goddamn axes that I honestly... Excuse me. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. Excuse me. This is more than I will ever need, and meanwhile in the Lance department we're just... We just perpetually have a financing problem. Excuse me. Goodness, if I... got the hiccups. You know what, why don't I go to break real fast and then I'll fix this? Because this is going to be annoying going into the map if I don't remedy that. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Let's get back to it for a sec. I'm tempted to forge another weapon here, although, given how limited my money is, maybe not. Let me just make sure that I'm not skipping on stuff. Part of me wants to sell this sword, if I'm being... I might have to start cutting back on equipment that I don't need at the moment, because... yeah, we might have a problem here. Just in terms of, God, what am I saying? Well, like I said, I don't think I'm gonna need a lot of these, but none of my axes except for this tomahawk are really worth much. I'm not gonna need all of these, so I think I'll sell, like, one of my steel bows, and then... The iron bows I don't really need either, so we'll sell the one with less uses. And then I can't sell the Lunan Saw, so that's not worth it. The Base Lord, yeah, that's a lot of money, but no, we are not selling that, that's for sure. And then, do I have anything else that I could dole out here, or at least get rid of here? Oh, yeah, these. We got these last map for a reason, and then I'll get rid of the Shriek as well, because that is completely useless. I want to make sure that I have at least a... I want to make sure that I have at least a 3,000 gold going into this map, but that's going to be extremely easy. I am going to need, like, 2 more of the... Yeah, I'm going to need, like... I'm going to buy only 1 for the time being. Because I think Tyranio's going to swap out his old Bronze Lance for that. We don't really need that anymore. Or maybe the Iron Lance, now that I think about it. And then, yeah, I'm also tempted to buy a killer weapon for later, but I'll save that for the time being. The other thing is, do you... Yes, you do. The shop is now selling Dark Tops, which is pretty handy. Like I said, I could buy Worm just because it has a much better hit rate than anything else I could get, but... Honestly, I think I'm just gonna live with what... No, I'm gonna buy a spare Crow, because Lord knows I'm gonna need it. If not on this map, then on the next one, and then... Yeah, with this, Peleus' inventory is looking pretty set. Especially for the foreseeable future. As for everything else, I don't have much... I don't really have any use for swords on this map. I'm gonna buy an... I'm gonna forge a steel lance, come to think of it. Like I said, I could forge a silver lance, but why? That is exorbitant. I've never liked silver weapons, I think, in the Tellius games, because they're just too expensive for what they offer. Especially since I could just do this and then get the same effect. In fact, I think it's the same effect. Yeah, look at this. That is less money than a silver weapon at base. And we get that out of it, go figure. And yeah, I think I'm gonna do... Let's do something like that. Red, pink, I'll do red for the time being, because... I don't think I ever got rid of the... No. We're gonna do, a light green? A light green. Coins! Yay! There's a Vine card and a Raven card! I hate that. I'm okay with that. That's better than not getting any coins whatsoever. And I forgot this game does type over. Did I do celery yet? I can't remember if I did. Oh well, if I create another paradox by having 2 weapons with the same name, then oh well. I'm trying to think of what else I could do. Well, I definitely didn't... Hang on. Now this we haven't done yet. We haven't done Elite. I'm just batting 1,000 with these names. And we will give that to... Well, I can't give that to Aaron because he doesn't have room for it. You do not need 2 vulneraries. Hang on a sec. How did that happen? Oh, and thank you, Lucia. Give me this, give me this. Give me this, I think, as well? No, you can keep that. That's how you ended up, because you should have this. And that means, Aaron can have that. Perfect. And I think that's all the prep that I need to do. I'm just glancing over people's inventories. Mainly these guys, because... Yeah, who am I kidding? Joffrey's set for life. Who got MVP on the last map? My money says it was probably Ike again. Yep, sure was. Expect just a repeat of last time, because I think Aaron is going to be kind of a major power player on this map coming up. And I'm going to be going into the, I'm going to be going into the chapter proper before, before the hour mark. We're setting new records here. I swear to God, this has been a running problem, but who am I kidding? Like, base prep is pretty important on a lot of these, so I want to get it right. So, we have a bit of a predicament. I know it's none of your affair, but we would greatly benefit from Lagu's assistance in our hunt for last night's escapee. No problem. I could use a little exercise before breakfast. Thank you, King Tabarn. Please, follow me. Why are the others up so early? What's going on? Is it the Disciples of Order? Are we under attack? No, Your Majesty, it's not the Disciples of Order. If you'll excuse me, I must go. Wait, Joffrey! Who does he think he is? Let's follow them. Oh, is that who I think it is? Bastion, what in the world is going on? I insist on a straight answer. Your Majesty, sister, why are you here? That's not important. Explain why there are feral ones here. See that odious man among them? He's controlling them. He is using fell magic to summon the poor Lagu's souls who were turned into feral ones. He is the man who escaped our custody last night. Volk found him just now. His name is Izuka. He designed the process that created the feral ones. What? He's the butcher who twisted the lives of my kinsmen? He won't die quickly. I'll make sure his screams are heard at Venetius, Gallia, even Rome. Dare not speak to me that way again! My work is humanity's greatest triumph! Depraved? Show them the meaning of genius. Come, my children, defend me! Come, my feral ones! We can't let a creature that twisted roam free. We must fight. Yeah, so, you remember that map at the end of Path of Radiance where you fought a bunch of Lagus that wouldn't untransform no matter what you did? That map was basically a victory lap, and Izuka had a brief appearance there, kind of a cameo more than anything else, but now... sorry, Brom. Now we're kind of playing with fire here, and I want to bring Joffrey and Bastion, so I think Lucia and... Oh, wow. Can I not bring... Oh, I'm not bringing Ranulf either, now that I think about it. Oh, no, I am. He's right there. It's Kiran, Janaf, or Olgi are going to be sitting this out, and... These guys have sky-high avoid, but... I mean, shoot, I gave them both Wild Heart for a reason. Because, yeah, I need units with high defense, but I also want to bring Joffrey on this map, so... Come to think of it, Peleus doesn't even have a staff, but... I can give it one of Laura's if the situation calls for it, but... Yeah, Bastion's coming along. I could have Joffrey sit this out because he might be a liability, but I want to see if I can get him promoted just for the hell of it, so... Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a hawk by the... Sorry. Yeah, we're bringing Joffrey along just because, like I said, this map is... This map is, well, I'll say it straight up. This map is pure gold. This is, as you can see, it's a kill commander map. It's not a route map like we've been dealing with, but as you saw in the cutscene earlier, Izuka is our opponent. He is a summoner. Scholar of Vile Disciplines. He uses Dark Arts, Summoning, and Stat. Mastery of the skill Flare. He is very dangerous. He's got the Balbrith Tome, which is the SS rank Dark Tome. And, of course, a Rewarp Staff, which, you know, Bennion Senator invention. He's been working with them this whole time. I think he actually is a Bennion Senator, now that I think about it, but yeah, he is no joke in combat. He is very scary. That being said, Peleus has history with him. So, you might be wondering what happens if Peleus talks to him. Well, Peleus might die, because if Izuka procs Flare, which he does have, that's very dangerous. And I like how his affiliation is fugitive. That is quite handy. These feral ones here. Izuka will summon 4 of them every turn for 25 turns, provided we don't get close to him, which will cause him to warp away. And remember, the Rewarp Staff is 15 uses. We could have a bit of a wild goose chase on our hands. Your best bet on this map is, while you can kill Izuka early and stem the tide, it is not worth it. Like, Weathering the Storm is actually super, super nice, because these guys hit hard, and, like, the Hawks in particular are annoying because they can fly over my front lines and target. Racing, in particular, is a very nasty opponent to deal with, for them to target, or an untransformed Renulf is also annoying, but yeah, provided they don't do that, they're just gonna land on our front line, which is hopefully tanky enough to absorb the hits, and if you remember from earlier maps, Lagoos give tons of EXP when you kill them. And on units with Paragon, like Peleus for instance, this becomes even more valuable. So yeah, I could get a clear bonus by finishing this map early, but I'm not gonna do that. Oh no, we're sticking this out and we're milking this map for all it's worth. Every last drop of XP. Plus, you know, Ulgi with the ability to half-shift, it's gonna come in handy. All that extra Void, too, it's gonna be lovely. But yeah, this is a very oddball assortment, but we've got one extra power player here. Volk has tracked down our target, and he's just hanging out at the moment. He is under Bastion's employ, but he might take some convincing, you'll see. I'm not going to waffle any longer because this strategy basically writes itself. It is, like, usually what I do, at least the way I used to play this map, is I used to keep all of my units in a straight line right at my starting location, and I just let these guys pour all over me, but these bushes over here, or I guess this point right here is a bit easier to defend from, because this is 3 tiles wide if you take into account the trees, instead of what it normally is, which is, like, you can use 6 units instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. Like, yeah, it's a lot easier to defend at this point. Let's go ahead and save. Because we have one very special guest that I have to introduce. Well, Bastion, you got the knives in your inventory. Sages can't use knives anymore, thank God. So, let's see if our friend wants to have a little chinwag. Ah, my partner in crime. How shall I convince you to move those leaden feet of yours into action? How much convincing will it cost? 3,000. I thought I was the jester. Considering your usual schedule of services, 3,000 is negligible. I don't like that guy. Call it a personal discount. Do you want it or not? Of course I shall take your discount. Do as you wish when you see him. Now get to work. Understood. I almost pity old Izuka. Well, congratulations, Volk. You're on the team. Here's your signing bonus. Take the elixir, too. Bastion's not gonna need it. Volk. Oh, boy. Look at this prime specimen. If there was ever a definition of badass motherfucker, well, Jules Whitfield's picture is gonna appear in the dictionary, but Volk is right under it. Volk is basically the epitome of late-game powerhouse bonus character, whereas everybody else has kind of been a bit of an oddball. Volk just tears stuff up. He's got the defensive stats to take hits and dish them back out, because, like, if I... Hang on, let me equip the stiletto here, which is, like, a killing edge in knife form, to show this off. Innate 63 crit, and on top of that, he's got lethality. Bane is the Whisper's mastery skill, which is almost a joke skill. This is not a joke. If it is a joke, my opponents are not laughing. Can kill with a single strike. And unlike other incarnations of this, like, in Three Houses, it's kind of funny, because you get the instant kill in Three Houses, but there's no indication of when lethality is going to go off. It just does. And it's like, oh, shoot, my opponent's dead. I guess lethality procced, and then you notice in the corner that it procced. Here? Oh no. Volk is not one to shy away from being a little bit flashy in his work. This man is an absolute killing machine, and on top of that, he doesn't even get targeted a lot because of stillness. Negates the chance that an enemy will detect the unit and attack. Doesn't work all the time, but when it does, oh boy. If you give him the pass skill and the base lard, he is happy to accept both, and he will maul everything in his path. Like Bastion said, I almost pity old Azuka, because I can just send Volk at him and that man will die. Provided he doesn't have Nihil, which I don't think he does. Nope, he's fucked. Well, provided I could get over to him, which is easier said than done. Anyway, Volk, why don't you handle plugging up this gap on the left side here, for the time being. I'm gonna want... Actually, I think I'm gonna want Volk up here early, because I can use Tabarn and Elincia. He's gonna kind of wall everybody off with Tabarn and Elincia, I think, is who I'm gonna end up going with. Or, like, Joffrey and Kiran, and I'm just gonna rotate between the two. Aaron, on the other hand, we got work to do, buddy. I gave you Beast Foe, I think. Oh yeah, I sure as hell did. You're doubling cats. Please, commence. Actually, wait, did I... Yep, got it. I kept the animations on, right. That's right, that's the way I ended the last map, which was just a... That's gonna be a train wreck compared to this. This is gonna be... This is just gonna be groovy. I didn't forge that weapon for nothing. Get to work. You've got catching up to do, my friend, and you are more than happy to do it. Actually, Peleus, I gotta check something. Nope, no bond support with Tyrannia. I would swear you would after, you know, recent conversations. Who's gonna be my third up here is the thing. I guess I could have Bulk up here, and then I'll just use my cavalry to block off this side. Despite the fact that we've been dumped in a shitty-ass swamp that is going to take forever to finish, and we're fighting a really annoying mage as a Okay, hang on a minute. Let me get my units into position, and then I'll showcase my theory, or rather, suspicion. Because this is too funny not for me to ignore. Well, also... Tyrannia taking, like, no damage from these guys. I might, if I have to reset it all, it's gonna be taking these guys and putting them over here, because these are tigers. I shouldn't have to explain why that might be a problem, but I think Tabarn might be a solution. Although, I might just have Elincia take care of this guy. Oh yeah, even if she gets hit, she'll be fine. Because I can just use Laura to heal up. Not a problem. Love to see it. No counterattacks for you. I just recognize cancel is a little bit redundant with stun, but I don't care. Speaking of redundant, when is cancel not redundant? That's the real question. Anyway, you have a bond support with Elincia, right? Yeah. I could deploy Lucia on this map, which would have been handy, but... Supports, I don't really care about. I just care about making sure that I can mop people up. Or Lagoos up, I guess. Because somebody's got to put these poor things out of commission, and Well, Volk's a pretty good candidate for doing that. But everybody else has got to pull their weight, or we're never going to get out of this. Tabarn and Alencia have a pretty important job because of, obviously, all the birds that we could end up dealing with, and more importantly, dragons. These guys are slow, but 54 attack, they hit hard. Like, really, really hard. This is our first instance of it, and while they're comparatively low level to stuff that we're going to be dealing with later, not easy to take down at all, especially since most of our lineup is physical damage dealers, and they all have 32 defense, which sucks. Volt can deal with one. Peleus is actually going to be pretty good at dealing with one, but because Tabarn has Dragon Foe, he might be able to take them down before they can even react, which is ideally what we end up doing. But where is my old buddy Racing Brand right here? There we go. The only downside is that because of stillness, Volt won't engage to anybody on enemy phase, but I don't care. No, honestly, I'm gonna let you handle things over here for a minute. I gotta let Peleus get in his lift somehow, because, like I said, I didn't roid this motherfucker up for nothing. Although, he's making me consider if I should have. Well, Laura, we don't need to heal with anybody, so let's just do this first. Yep. Thanks, girl. Appreciate it. Yeah, 100 hit on a Dark Tome is very nice, but... Ooh! Just to sell the spectacle. What I noted about this, at least from earlier, I guess with flare animations and Soren, I think it's more pronounced with Peleus and Bastion if he ever sees combat, which he might. Oh, did I not bring any grass? Well, I'm a moron, but okay. Yeah, sorry, Ranulf, you might be sitting this one out, but I'm gonna let that gauge fill up the old-fashioned way. Okay, I was kind of counting on Tyranio to have to take a lot of hits here, but that's okay. His job is to support Peleus, and Lord knows he's pretty good at doing that. Yeah, because these guys aren't gonna go for Aaron unless they have to. I like that this map music came back. We haven't heard this in a while. Level up for Aaron. First of many on this map, because like I said, this is just an EXP train. Not bad. I'll take it. Extra resistance on Aaron is actually really good going forward. Okay, I expected this, and I think Joffrey might be fast enough to double, but yeah, he won't kill, and that's what I needed. This is the weak link in my, oh, that's bad. Don't crit twice. Oh, you didn't even double, never mind. Yeah, as long as I can kind of dodge the float, okay, you're just dead. Behold, Volk. Not only does he do more backflips than anybody would deem sensible, even by self-standards, but yeah, he just crits things a lot. Alright, this is maybe less worrisome because Kiran has Soul at this point. But yeah, he still gets hit hard if he gets hit. But he does double. That could be useful. Alright, well, you're attacking the Queen. We know how this goes. Twice in a row? Okay, girl. And yeah, I'm already loving the fact that I gave her the Draco Shield, because taking 19 instead of 21 actually matters, because it means that she can survive 2 hits. These guys are trudging through. Like I said, there's a... It's gonna take these guys a while to get to us, but there are a couple of wrinkles with this map that will maybe become apparent later. I don't quite know yet. Okay, you summoned one bird. And a lot of these guys are not moving, which is good. So, there's a curious quirk with these feral ones that I forgot to mention. If we wanted to get aggressive and start targeting Izuka, on the turn that he summons them, they actually can't counter. Which I guess helps a little bit, although if I'm being perfectly honest, it's still a bit awkward. Yeah, Renald, you'll be ready in 3 turns. Tabaran, I'm only going to use you in case of emergencies. Speaking of emergencies, yeah, you can't get up here, but that's okay. Because I'm just going to do this. Like I said, with Joffrey being the weak link in my defensive line that I've kind of set for myself here, I want to make sure that, well, I can actually keep... I'm going to keep Rayson close. I'm in no danger of having, well, I guess some of these birds might matter, but a lot of them I've noticed are stationary, and I'm going to count on them staying that way. This men's staff is going to be worth its weight in gold. Bastion might see some combat just because I want to see if I can get everybody in on the fun. If you can call this fun. I don't know if you can call this fun. This might feel like a mercy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Well, I can get a Lindsay here, and then I can move to Barn over a little bit. At least I hope I can, otherwise I'm going to have to I can always half-shift Bulky in case the situation calls for it. You want to get 3? Never mind. Yeah, that's what I was initially worried about, but then I can do this and we still are blocked. That's good. Because like I said, it's mainly all the, like I said, very standard, like, turtle-esque formation, but it's not, that's not what I'm worried about. Like I said, Tyrannia with Birdfoe is going to be a bit weird, just because he'll be useful later just for drawing these guys in, because of how many of them are just straight up not moving. But yeah, this is, by the by, this is total overkill giving Volt the Beast Killer, but don't threaten me with a good time. I'm hoping I can show off lethality, because it's super cool. But no, Volt just wants to crit, not that I mind. By the by, I forgot to mention, Volt's growth rate's actually not that bad. You would think that somebody in his position where he just has endgame tier stats and levels already would be kind of a bit behind the curve, but no. He's actually very good in that respect. Well, okay, if I was about to say, if Peleus couldn't finish this, then Aaron would have. The alternative to giving Peleus Paragon would have actually been to giving him Dragonfoe, but... a bit of a letdown, but speed is honestly not bad, so I guess I'll take that. Well, Kiran, you did not get hit, so why don't you do that? Ooh, and you are definitely not getting hit anytime soon. Once Joffrey promotes, I've basically summoned life. I think what's hilarious is that Kiran might be my highest level paladin by the end of this, just because he's going to be leveling up several times off of this map. Because these cats are not going to go for Elincia or Tabarn. They're going to go for one of these two. Speaking of which, let's do some cursory healing. I think that Tyrannia might need it more, if I'm being honest. At least for the time being. Dragon's still moving up. That's a time bomb more than anything else. How you doing? Is that a plain old Edward emote? Like, yeah, sure enough. Oh, is that the same guy that had that Micaiah emote? I just... We're doing the fun map where I, just grind a... Oh, come on, dude, really? Where I just kind of grind EXP off of Lagoos for what feels like... God, this is gonna take hours now that I think about it. I'm probably gonna turn animations off, like, a turn or two from now, but not just yet. Yep, sure is. That's... Wow, Queen's getting good level ups. That's nice. Okay, this is what I'm a little bit worried about, is that, like, Bull's suffering from success routine, but okay, we're good. Just to dodge one time. Funniest reaction I've had to my name? Big Dog. Sorry, I just recognized the emotes before anything else, so... Because you are not the first person that's come in there with that, so... Alright, the dragons are continuing to be time bombs, those guys are moving, so that's good. Alright, I need some heals on the left side of the map, but I think Alencia can take care of herself. I know that guy? Yeah. Oh, interesting. He's one of those guys. I've seen them popping around from the Mr. Beast of Fire Emblem. Well, hopefully I can... Yeah, hopefully I can stick around long enough, and then, you know, that might be nice. Good to know, because... Yeah, I swear, like, if some of the other, like, Fire Emblem YouTubers I'm familiar with actually streamed on Twitch more often, you know, they might be hitting pay dirt, but I know guys like that will just, like, swing into people's chats, drop, like, 50 gift sub bombs, and then just be like, yeah, that's what I do. What do you want from me? Is this, Baselar... This would be funny if I got lethality off of this, but Bulk is going to draw a ton of it. You know, I might be acid testing stillness if I do that, but that would be funny. I don't know if that would be good, but that'd be funny. Or I could just have Tabarn take care of the problem. Because this guy's going to be able to... Oh, he can't even really reach my front lines next turn. Then we'll just leave him. Alright, I was about to say, you better hit this, because otherwise we're gonna have a problem. Go, join your brother in losing your stupid hat. In fact, do it again! Very nice. Don't fail me now! Does that count as failing me? I feel like that counts as failing me. Why is Alencia the only one earning her paycheck right now? Well, Helios could get the level if he gets the kill, but I kind of want Aaron to get this instead. But yeah, most of the time it's usually in musicians that I see some of those guys pop out that, like, give tons and tons of gift sub bombs, but... I mean, like I said, especially don't threaten a musician with a good time, because good lord. Those guys need the money. They do amazing work a lot of the time. And I think I could give Peleus this one. Yeah, work that Thunder Magic rank. Honestly, Peleus getting access to Thunder Magic in addition to Dark Magic is, like, really random. I don't know why he gets that one. I guess it's because he gets both of the hard-hitting variants, but... See, there you go, buddy. That's good stuff. Get that magic growth. And also that HP. And then I think I can do this and run back. Sure can. That was actually a necessary cancel, now that I think about it. And we got one transformation gauge online next turn, which means I can have Volt run up here, murder this guy, and then Renulf can run up here to take his spot. I'm tempted to do that. This poor thing. I'm kind of curious about, like, some of the other, what some of the other bigger FE streamers are up to these days. I'm assuming they're playing one of the Switch titles, be it... It's usually Three Houses. Like, most people I know played Engage, and then they kind of just, like, moved on from it. But with Three Houses, there's just all sorts of potential for, like, challenge runs. Obviously, playing through the game 3 times is pretty worthwhile. Sometimes even 4th, but I struggle to identify why people would want to play the Church of Saros route in that game. That route just... The more I've seen of it, and I have seen some other people streaming it, so I can speak somewhat from experience. Good job, Aaron. I saw that. Are there birds moving in my general direction? Yes, there are! I should have checked that guy's range, or that would have ended horribly. And Izuka is summoning more. Okay, all cats all the time. We like that. Let me track these guys, because if they get to the center of my Tootsie Pop right here, I'm gonna be just completely feeling it. I think I might have to move to Barnin to deal with this guy, because I need Volk to kill this Raven. Or I could have Volk and Tyrannios switch locations. That might also be worth it, but yeah, this is why I did this. I could just take care of this problem immediately, and... Yes, that is a Lagoose the size of your house. You thought the birdie was big. No, no. Dragons are goddamn horrifying. Guess I could move Volk out here, and then he could just start chopping people down. Yeah, let's turn this guy into Chop Suey. Ooh! Just the coolest. It's like if Shadow the Hedgehog was actually, you know, as cool as all of his voice lines would imagine him being. I guess he's still pretty cool, but still. It's like that cranked up a notch. Or 3. Well, okay, Tyrannia, time to put Bird Foe to work. What's your retreat range? I just recognized I might have screwed up a bit. Because, yeah, oh, never mind. If you don't die... Fuck. As Riddick would say, fuck. Alright, well, second time's the charm. If this doesn't work, I'm in trouble. Yep, that's what I thought was gonna happen. Now I gotta improvise a whole lot. Okay, well, I think Alincia has to take care of this guy, and now I'm in a bit of a pickle, because I think I just need to make sure that this guy can't reach anybody, which he can. But if I do this, then... yeah, I might be in trouble, because I should have moved to barn back one tile. Because now I have a problem where Laura or alternatively Racing can get hit. That crit's helpful, but I still need backup. Because I have 3 holes and I can't plug them all. That sounds pretty horrible out of context, but you get what I mean. Because now I have to do this, which I probably should have done to start. It's like, I wanted to make use of Bird Bow. This is somehow my fault. Because I really should have just had Alencia deal with this guy. Target down. And thankfully Alencia can plug this. But now we have a problem over here, and I'm gonna have to have a... this is where the expendables step up. We get a full gauge here, we can half shift over here. Scree-ca-ca, haha, my bird. And then that means Laura can heal people, which is good, because Aaron probably needs it most. And then, who am I kidding? Peleus can just kind of deal with that problem. Do I need Varine? I think I do. No, I can use Correct. That's good. Again! Why not? Was I talking about the flare combat animations earlier? I think I was. So, these are a bit... the way that this game, and I think Path of Radiance does this too, the way that they handle mastery animations, a little bit peculiar. Nice job. Love to see that. Anyway, the way that they handle that stuff is a bit peculiar because they, it's not actually, like, Peleus is, like, you can probably see it in his character model right there. For whatever reason, the animations for stuff like Flare is actually... I don't want to call it a stock animation. I don't know what you would call it, actually, but... it's like a preloaded animation rather than something that's unique to each individual unit. I don't really blame any of the programmers of this game for doing it, because... okay, I think this guy's just dead. Sure is. But yeah, it's a pre-rendered animation that's not specific to each character model, which... on Soren, I think it looks fine, because his robes are a little bit more reduced. It's probably the first bad level up Alencia's gotten. But on somebody like Peleus, or with Tsunaki, I think it's a bit more obvious. Yeah, and I'm gonna need to get Tibarn back over there, because Olgi's not gonna cut it. But ooh, 28, nice. Good thing we got Bastion there, because this guy's... Joffrey's just not doing so hot. Level defense, though, finally. I think he's aware of his situation. Now we got a cat fight. Yeah, so... it's the same case if Ren procs here, too. Which it might not, it didn't. But yeah, like, with Renulf, Ren looks fine, but with Lethan... oh, that's good. Alright, I got another problem I have to deal with. Here's the problem I don't have to deal with. But yeah, on Leith, it's a problem because she has that little bell collar that she wears. Oh, that's really not a problem, good lord. God, why is there a bird in, like, attack mode over there? That's just rough. Ow. Whoa, what the hell's going on with the chat? Okay, well, OBS is acting up, but I think I'm fine. Yeah, I am. Perfect. That is more stuff. Okay. No dragons is good. I'll take anything if it's not dragons. Because right now, especially on the left, we're having a bit of a problem stemming the tide over here, and I think I'm just going to have Tabarn serve as a bit of an equalizer in that department. Bird up. Yeah. I don't know why they decided to go with preloaded and pre-rendered animations instead of... I guess trying to custom animate, especially on a, on like a Wii disc, probably makes more sense. Because you do one animation and it fits for every character, rather than doing what I think later Fire Emblem games do, which is have pre-rendered animations for, or have animation sets for each character. Or however they do it. I'm not a programmer or an artist, so I'm not really the best candidate for describing how this works. But hey, Laura gets one. We'll take that. Contributing to her own defensive efforts. Those are pretty big kills as well again. Spoil for extra emphasis, and we're good. Alright, I need to reform my battle line on the left-hand side. It almost makes me wonder if I should... Because Renault still has his concoction, which is good, because I think I'm going to need him to use it in a sec. In fact, I think I'm going to need him to use it now, because otherwise we're going to be in trouble. I really don't want Ren to proc in a lot of cases, because that would be very bad. Could do this, too. Just to free up some space. And that as well. Yeah, but, like I said, the size of, like, a Wii disc in particular really makes you think, just because Wii discs only have, I think, 8 gigs of storage, versus, like, obviously... Let me check the... I'm gonna check something really quick. I was gonna do this at intermission, but I might as well do this now. Sorry, I just have my Switch on hand. I don't think my microphone picked that up, but... options... Manage software... Or software information, right? Oh, no, never mind. Well, the problem is that's tied to... Yeah, the problem is I don't have it, I don't have Three Houses digital, but I might look it up during the next intermission to see, like, how big that file size is, because that one, obviously, you have a lot more character models and data compared to this game, where they definitely made the most of, like, what they have, but it does strike me as a little bit odd that, Sorry, what was I saying? It does strike me as a little bit odd that, like, animations can just look very stiff or silly in some cases, mainly because of that feature. Or that, programming decision. Speaking of programming decisions, you can finally double tigers! I'm so happy for you. I am praying to God that once Joffrey promotes, I don't have to, like, babysit constantly. And even if I do, like, I guess it's okay for me to just constantly be doing this because Bastion can just keep healing him, but not forever. Zaps? Yeah. Actually, I think you need to... Let me start using the Varind Tome a little bit. Because I would like to avoid having to give Peleus a... arm scroll just to get his weapon rank up to SS. Because remember, Izuka drops that Valvarith tome, and it would be rather fitting if the person that he was screwing with the whole game ends up using it in his place. I'll take that. That's about as good as it gets. Well, it obviously gets better, but with only 2 stat ups, that's the best it's gonna get. And how close are you to... You got a ways to go. We can heal with Laura, because, like I said, Laura's got more staff usage across the board. That keeps Aaron away from his support buddy, but I'm gonna live with that. And I think next turn is when I'm gonna start turning the animations off, because at this point, like, I think you've gotten the gist of it. I'm gonna be sitting here for a while. Now, the good news is that, yeah, a cat targeted him instead of another member of the animal kingdom. Ooh, okay, that is actually maybe a little bit bad. But that's okay, Ulki deserves the effort. He's got, like, Ridolf and Ulki are doing the work. Like, you gotta hand it to him. Oh dear, that could be bad. Well, that didn't kill, and that... Oh my god! If that did, that would have been bad, because if that other tiger had moved up, which he definitely would have, then, yeah, I don't need... Ranulph's already going to be taking a beating here. I need to get my... Like I said, I need to get my ducks in a row with, like, how my lines are looking, because shifting anything around at all is really, really not good. And we have a little break in the action here, so I think I can do that. Birds going that way, and 2 birds. I'll have to keep that in mind for later. Alright, so, Olgi, you need to back up. Rodolph, you probably need to back up because you're going to untransform. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go to map only, because otherwise, we're going to be approaching the 2-hour mark here shortly. This is going to be even longer if I'm not careful. I'm gonna revert. This does put Ulki's gauge back to 0, unfortunately, but... Yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna... Good job, B-Team. Gonna keep you guys in the back for the time being while I reorganize literally everything. Can do this to get a bit more XP out of the deal. Because tigers are just bigger kills overall. And, yep, that's a promotion. Well, Joffrey lost his helmet too, but admittedly I think his helmet was a little bit... Well, like, I didn't like the look of it compared to the horn helmet that the axe guys get. But that +2 on defense is going to go the extra mile. Plus he's got soul now, so he might be a little bit more self-sufficient. That'd be good to see. One's red and the other's blue. What are you looking like in terms of levels, Peleus? I can... Yeah, we'll continue to do this just because it's the most... Like I said, that guy's at 21 health. He's going to be a little harder to deal with, even though I say that and Valencia will probably have no problems. And I think we'll do this just because... No, I'm going to give this to Valencia, and then we're going to move her over one tile. Anyway, I never shut off Bastion's animations, so let me turn these back on for a second. As soon as I turn them off, we're gonna put them back on again. You wanna arc run this guy down into submission for me? Yeah, you can see it too, like, the way that his robes are animated is very similar to how Peleus's robes are animated. They just kind of float around. It's a little strange if you look at it closely. I guess that describes a lot of the presentation in this game closely. By all accounts, I think this game is beautiful, but the way it looks, sometimes you know, if you squint a little bit, it does look silly. Should have probably used my mend staff, but I won't worry about it. Now, another thing I could be doing a bit of a better job of is sticking units in different terrain that gives them benefit. Like, I could have guys camping out in these reeds, and I think that would drop Vulcan to Barnes of Void, like, down to 0, for instance, but no matter. We're gonna let the passive healing from Rayson do the rest of the work here. And I forgot to turn animations back off, didn't I? Well, I wouldn't know with Tyranio. Yep, that's what I was worried about. Those tigers hit hard. Tyranio hits pretty hard too, but still. Now, I'm gonna be mad if that Raven just flies over the wall. I also just noticed Joffrey's numbers have been steadily climbing. That dragon's moving, okay. So I guess a lot of these guys just have delayed timings or something. I don't know how to describe it. Okay, that's where I wanted that guy to move. That guy's gonna be heading to the right. This is very awkward. It kind of feels like I'm taking into account these guys' like population and social dynamics or something. I don't know how to word it. But we have a bird problem on that side, which means I'm probably gonna have to... I mean, Peleus is a good enough candidate to deal with it, but... Actually, okay, he might not be as good as I made it out to be, so... What I might do is, Tyranio tries to axe this guy, and then if I can't get it with him, then... We might have to half-shift Ulki again, just to have him here where Alencia is to cover. And then actually, if that's the case, I might just have Tyranio and Alencia swap positions. But we're gonna take care of this guy with Aaron first. And yep, I sure as hell forgot to turn animations off. I think this is the second level up of the day for this guy. Or is it the third? I can't remember. It is the third, okay. The most Aaron level up of all time right there. Everything that a Sentinel needs to be relevant the later the game goes. Tyranio's not missing this one. That's what I like to see. And get the first level up of the day out of it for him. Or the second one? Whatever the case, it's not the best, but we take what we can get. Now, what I can do to be funny with these guys is... Okay, that's not even a problem, but I could put Ulki here and then just completely box these guys out. Because that way they would have to have, like, 4 or 5 tiles just to... of movement, just to swing around and hit where our Rayson is. And then you're good here. Like I said, I've got Paragon, so I might as well use it. Part of me almost wonders if I should be getting Discipline, because... Oh, I can even do this, and then I can still use somebody else to make a quick kill. Holy moly, okay. I guess we're warming up. That's the only explanation. Anyway, I'm gonna do this before I forget. Well, you haven't done anything in like 3 minutes, so why don't you take care of this guy? Thank you. 99. What a sucker. What a stinker, I should say. Now, provided I can move Racing back 2 spaces, which I think I can. $22? My goodness. That's stupid good. That's a lot higher than I was expecting him to be. Then again, I've been using him every single turn for like 50 turns, or like thousands of turns, it feels like, at this one, so maybe not? And then... yeah, sure. Free! Because Peleus didn't feel like finishing his breakfast. He would, like, not finish his breakfast and then pass it over to somebody else. And then Almeida or Tyrannia would freak out because he didn't eat breakfast. Or he didn't finish, I should say. You are... that's what I thought you would do. Ow. And yeah, we are now doubling the Tigers, which is A-okay with me, because... what's not A-okay with me is... well, that's A-okay with me, but what's not A-okay is I think Tyrannia's hand axe is starting to run out of durability. You're still on the move, you're moving towards my location. You're going for Aaron, probably because Aaron doesn't have Bird Foe. And like I said, this will basically continue until around turn 30 or so. It's literally just waiting it out. It's also nice as, yeah, if I wanted to, I could bust out Hellfire in an emergency. Or Arc Wind, which isn't a bad idea over on this side. Because if I move Tyrannia up 1 tile, which I can do if I do this. Oh, that's extra good. Love it. At the same time, like... oh my god. Like, yeah, this would be wasting Bird Foe, but I can get Bastion up here into this spot, and then... like I said, I could just arc... that's... oh, that doesn't even kill. That's a bit irritating. Yeah, because Renulf's not going to be ready for a turn, so... maybe I can have Peleus take care of this with... no, that's even pretty bad. Well, you know what it is? I gotta move one of these guys so that Laura can get in and heal Joffrey. So I think I'll go for... I think Bastion's the safer bet, just because he has effective damage. And that's also a guarantee. Speed of guarantees. Billy Mays would guarantee this Raven is definitely dead. Oh, extra fun. I love my magic boys and their majestic capes. Well, I said Bastion is crappy growths, but apparently he's proving me wrong. God, the way that looks on the map, just with all the big, weird, like, summoning circles going around. It's a really cool spell effect. Still looking good there, and I think I'm just gonna start hitting end turn over and over again. It's the biggest stalemate of the century. You know, Tarania, if you could or what? I would say, like, if he could not get doubled or just dodge one of those, that would be handy. Granted, we're not dodging anything today. But we are absolutely murderizing things. And I gotta get somebody over there to deal with that. We have a dragon problem. Don't we all? The good news is that I think my shot troops are ready to go, which is good, because I'm going to need some help blocking the lines. Or plugging holes in my line. Because unfortunately, where that dragon is up top, I'm either going to have to swing my entire line up north and then have Peleus deal with them, or I'm going to have Tabarn deal with them, which means a lot of these guys, especially these 3 birds, potentially... Okay, no, never mind, they're out of range. Let's go ahead and just do this anyway. Yep, that's easy money. Boop. I'm just gonna put him there, and then... I think I'm just gonna have Renal shift, and then we'll be... Oh, I'm not gonna do that yet, because... Ooh, this could get ugly, because... If Volt doesn't proc lethality, then this guy gets to attack, or crit, then this guy gets to attack me. But he crits, so we're fine. Actually, he has to crit twice. And that is a big hit that I just took. Or though I could... No, I could shift Aaron 1 to the right, and then he can get the kill. Volt guiding others towards treasures that he cannot possess. Handy. Anyway, let's heal up the old fireman right here. And then Aaron, you're gonna need to hit the javelin hit of the century, which you can do. Not having a Swordmaster here is also a little bit annoying because a Worm Slayer would go the extra mile towards dealing with these guys. And, okay, we're perfectly fine on the base lord. I don't know why I was worried about that things. It's like, oh no, we're gonna run out of uses. No, we're not. Keep the support buddies together. And with silver, okay, you would kill with that, or you would leave this guy in 2 health. And I kind of want you to leave this guy in 2 health, because... Actually, no, it doesn't even matter. See if you can dodge this. You probably can't, and that's okay. Nope, you did. And you proc Luna, I love this. Fan-bloody-tastic. Plus, we could even do some bird stuff. Super Bird! And we're gonna have some fun with a Super Bird for the next, I don't know, 10, 15 turns or something. Because that gauge is almost certainly not gonna run out anytime soon. And then I'm gonna need... Yeah, I'm gonna need the Forged Weapon, but that's okay, that's why we bought it. And yeah, I will need Renault to come up here and do this. I want to avoid using half shift unless I absolutely have to, and thankfully, I have been avoiding it for the most part so far. That's 2 hits with Kuro, so let's do that. I could have let Kiran in on the fun. In fact, I think I'm going to move him to the other side of this tree. Defenses are sure defenses. Because, yeah, these guys can't move. They're probably both going to go for Renault if I had to guess, but that's okay with me. I can live with that outcome. And I don't even really need to heal Joffrey, but I'm going to do it... Actually, wait, no, he hasn't moved. So I'm just going to have you use your Vulnerate. Do I want you to keep that? I don't care about that Javelin. It means he can't counter from range, but so be it. He would even be able to use bows if I actually remember to pack one, which actually that could have come in handy, but I don't really need it. And you're going for Kiran, which is... No! That's why we put Pavice on him. That's really darn good. No sell. And you take more damage than I thought you would. I'll have to keep that in mind. Well, the cats probably don't do a lot of damage, but the tigers, if they crit, would be especially nasty. Let's go for you, because you don't bird foe, but you don't do any damage, because you're a raven. Good stuff, Aaron, good stuff. He's got 30 in everything that I would want him to have 30 in. Or at least 30, I should say. More cats? Okay. More cats and tigers? You were positioned a little too aggressively. In fact, you're positioned in the one place that I really don't want you to be, to the point where, thankfully, I can do this. And I think just by standing there, I can block them off, which is lovely. Wow, okay, Peleus, not really one to... I see how it is. Yeah, wow, okay. This is just stupid now. And like I said, I could fly that to Barn out there, but that's not really worth it. Might as well show off the Pesh Cats, which is just, you know, casually the best throwing knife in the entire game. Wait, if I move there and then... You have 9 move, right? Yeah. Or no, 8 move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Because what I would want to do is something like this, where I use Volk and then I have Laura heal up Aaron, and then from there I can just have Rayson move both those guys, and then we can get them both back into positions. Because, yeah, while I'm safe from those birds, I'm not safe from anything else. I have to move Volk back, otherwise this is a wasted effort. Yeah, you can keep using the big skill. Starting to wonder if I should have brought an extra healing staff, because, I mean, we have men's staffs for days, but there's only so much I can do, I think, to kind of keep these guys off my back. Although, Tabarn's infinite use, Tabarn's infinite use weapon and extremely high avoid is just going to make this so much easier in the long run, so... I could pretty much just end turn if I would have wanted to, but this is probably safer to do that. It's probably safer to do this. I was about to say, if Alicia gets hit, like, is that hell freezing over? Like, what's going on? And then, you've been doing a great job so far, so just kind of keep it up. That's just gravy. 1 hit point recovery, let's go. Good stuff. He's almost caught up to Soren already, which is just pretty funny, honestly. And then, yeah, you're probably gonna go for Chirp, if I had to guess, which is fine, because that means Ranulf can just kind of keep chilling over there. In fact, everybody's just good to chill right now, I think. Yep, you're going for Joffrey, okay. That could have been... I'll have to mind those crits, because that could have been nasty. Soul, I don't mind. Soul is actually very beneficial, but crits, gotta be careful with crits. Aaron doing what he does. The level ups like that, I think he's gonna cap strength before like you, but it's gonna force me to chase. And we're continuing the fun, as per usual. Thankfully, I can use Ulki to chase. It's probably a good thing that I had him transform. Tabarn could also do it, but come on. This works just as well. In fact, what I could do is something like... Well, first off, I think Laura probably needs to do this. Because that crit kind of scared me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. We're just gonna... Like I said, if I can get SS rank, that's gonna be amazing. Using Debard is cheating. It's not really, because the main reason I have him... Plus, like, look at this. This is ridiculous. He's just mainly there to deal with targets that are really annoying to deal with. Mainly dragons. He's doing that or he's body blocking. Like, I don't consider that cheating at all. Everybody's in a nice, comfortable poking position again, and I could even do this if I wanted to. Does anybody need to get healed, even? No, but this is XP. I could maybe... It's wishful thinking, but I could maybe even... That I could even show off what ability Herons get if they somehow hit level 30. It's incredibly stupid if they do, but if they do... and then, yeah. We'll just kind of keep everybody sitting tight, although... Just in case. Yeah, it kind of does, if I'm being honest. Well, an unpromoted Pelias, because right now he's got the Magnificent Archsage cape. Do you mean Saint? Oh, no, you mean Bishop, okay. Yeah, this group was very touch and go back in the last map that I used them, but now it's like we're perfectly fine. I say that, but the two Cavaliers on the left are definitely kind of my weak link, especially if Curant will get doubled somehow by cats. He can only fight one guy at a time, but it's still very touch and go, especially since like this side over on the left is having no difficulty whatsoever. I don't think Volk's had to move for the last 3 turns. And that is multiple birds again. Okay. And... yeah, Tabarn is a panic button. It's not a, I don't send him in unless I absolutely have to use him. Pretty similar to basically every Lagoose Royal. And then Alencia, I think, can... I don't know if Alencia will get a level up out of this kill, but whatever. Nice, that's everything I would want to see. More regen, more defense. Perfect. And I can just... I mean, I could delete somebody with that, but why? Why would I do that? Use the cheapest option first. I could have him duck in to help out here, but I think, honestly... yeah, you can't come in, and then these guys can't attack it, so... I could just poke with Laura, why not? There we go. Yeah, I know. No need to backseat me on this. This is not my first rodeo with this map, but... yeah, this is not the hard... I don't think this map is the hardest in parkour. It's definitely easier than, the last map, but... I mean, the last map was also just me being stupid because of things like, God, what am I trying to say? It's because of things like me trying to use Vika, which... admittedly, that was funny, if nothing else, just because they give amazing growth rates on a unit that just has terrible stats, or terrible availability by extension. But yeah, I think we'll be fine, provided Izuka does not summon more dragons, because we have this guy at the back who doesn't... I don't think that guy ever moves, and then this guy's basically on guard duty, but Tabarn can take care of him. Okay, I kind of expected that, and good thing he dodged. Of course you're getting that when you don't need it. It's like, oh man, if he gets hit, I would appreciate the regen. Wrong. Ow. You only get that stuff when you don't need it, like, ever, ever, ever. But Aaron is just rocketing ahead right now. All the stats that an Aaron needs, and he really needs resistance, because that means I'm going to be less reliant on pure waters in the future. You're dead. Okay, that cat is running that way. These guys are just making a traffic jam. I think that's the one formation that I think is really irritating. Yep, sure is, because I gotta put, or I have to box strat it up, or we're gonna have a problem. Or I could put Tabarn here and then move Renalthan, which I might honestly do. Like I said, I just need warm... Like I said, as long as I don't run out of warm bodies to body block, which is gonna be fine, because... Laura's just going to be doing a ton of work. More magic is good, I guess. And then, yeah, we'll just keep the Peleus train going over here. And, oh. Oh, it was just that time. Okay, we're fine. God, I could maybe put put Racing over here just so Kiran can get some healing done, and then part of me wants to start baiting these guys out, but I know that if I try to move out while this whole mess is going on, and then we're only about halfway done. So I might as well just camp out for basically forever. The game's gonna let me do it. Aaron wants that title, my god. He's just taking all the shots at the title. I could probably put Volk in the reeds over there just to see some fun stuff happen, because we haven't for the last couple turns, but... yeah, I think I might do that, because otherwise this is just gonna be... this isn't the most exciting thing in the world, but it is something, and you... what? No dragons, no problems. Although that other guy is a problem. You're back at full, so I don't have to worry about you. Now what? Like I said, I can move my group on the right up here, and then that frees one person up, but... in fact, I might just do that, because otherwise they're just gonna take the long way around, and I think that means that I can have Alencia, like, yeah, I can have her fly out here if I need to, so I don't have to use Tabar all the time. We'll do this. Nice cancel. Actually a relevant cancel. You wouldn't believe it. Oh, toss this at Kiran because he's getting bored, probably, if I had to guess. If Kiran got targeted more often, he would probably be competing more with Oscar and Titania for, like, actually being the highest level paladin that I've got, but sadly that's not the case. Oh, hey! Kiran, may fortune follow you in battle. I'm a Crimean knight first and foremost. Where there's a noble fight to be fought, look for me. I don't know if this is noble, this is just a mercy. And what I could do is have Renault go here and then, like, kind of springboard out a little bit. I think I might just do that because it's easier than whatever else I would be trying to do. Because like I said, Renolf has not seen much combat minute, and as long as I keep his gauge up, I think I'll be fine. Could have given that to Polyus, but like I said, there's so much XP to go around, it's not even worth fussing over. I'll keep Bastion with this group just so we have a healer. This group needs one less, even though Joffrey's here. So I'm wondering if that's going to bait some of these guys that are just camping out in the outskirts to move up. Like I said, I've got so much extra bandwidth. I did use it, so Renolf and Ulki both have their mastery skills. I did that, I think, I did this at the start of Part 4, and I think I did this back in Part 3. Because this is extremely easy to do. You just level him up one time with bonus XP and he's got it. Same thing goes for Mr. Cat over here. And I think I'll just keep everybody over here for the time being, as is. These guys are not going for Renault, which is actually kind of funny. Okay, you're gonna go for Alencia, that's okay. It's very much okay, my goodness. I didn't know we were quadding these guys. Okay, that's a lot of angry tiger. That's multiple angry tigers heading in my direction. I might need help on that side. her on the right, but we'll see. And damn it! Oh, that would last for longer. Okay. I'm only doing this to kind of checkpoint myself, because otherwise... I don't want to have to redo the last hour if something goes wrong, and I don't think anything will, to tell you the truth, because Valencia is the only one getting targeted again. Do you... if I move Reynold up, you do, but probably. I'm not sure, but... that just means I can move Aaron back, and that fixes that problem. Mark, and you... this is too stupid to not do. I don't care if it's inefficient, this is funny. You know, I know some people try to make a... wait, are you... 11? When did that happen? Where did this come from? Like, I know I promoted her early back in part 1, but, like... 11? I'm not used to seeing that level go that high, is all I'm saying. I'm gonna move Renault back for the time being. I want to keep the gauge as maxed out as possible, because otherwise... I don't want to run into a situation where, I don't even think I need to do that. So, but what am I saying? I don't even think I need to use a Vulnerary here. Although, I may have spoken too soon, because he's gonna get attacked by both of these guys. Staffy XP? Yeah, that might have been why. But she's only been using heal, so... you know what? Bad Biorhythm plus Beast Killer equals just let... hang on. Let's enjoy this part for a minute. He's in the reeds. This is gonna... yeah. Like I said, this is just fun. We're just having fun at this point. I don't know if Volt really needs that experience, but I don't care. He's kind of blocking the point here single-handedly, and... yeah, in fact, he might attract a little too much attention. Or Zuka's gonna warp away, which would also be kind of annoying, but... I can just do this, and we're safe. Well, we were already safe to begin with, but we're even more safe now. The real question is, what's the Raven gonna go for? I think he's gonna go south instead of to the east. God, that's gonna be so much fun. This is gonna be so much fun late game. Or end game, I should say, because this is late game. I remember when I bought that Beast Killer thinking that Soth would be using it, and you just really want to die. Yeah, because Tyranno's got Bird Bow, you're just dead. This is potentially... this is still dicey, but... Valencia's avoid is so high at this point that I really shouldn't be worried. Yeah, this is what I was more worried about. Because I think this guy's just dead, but... oh yeah, definitely. But if Valencia got hit twice, she would have died. But thankfully that didn't happen. I might back her up one tile. Dragon Foe Marcia, that sounds lovely, if I'm being honest. Because you suddenly get to that part of endgame, and then all the problems you have with Falcon Knights just disappear. Marcia's another unit that I want to test the combat viability of, and that is not what I wanted to have happen with those birds. Yeah, I might have a problem, because then they can just... They can do that, which is a bit worrisome, but if I'm being honest, all I have to do is back these two up and I'm fine. In fact, I could just back up with everybody if I wanted to. I could have Tabarn go hunting for these birds, but maybe Tyranio could do that instead. It's an idea. I'm not sure it's a good idea, but it's an idea. What are the uses of that thing you got? Oh, you got plenty. Yeah, I'm just gonna back up a little bit, and then we're gonna... I could Physic, but why? It's not worth it. But... what I'm more worried about is here. Yeah, because this is... Actually, I think she would... 22... Yeah, she would have lived with 1 HP if she got hit twice. I love that. And the cancel, just for good measure. And the double cancel. Sure, why not? Sticking this out is so worth it. Milling it up. Like I said, I could use Tabarn, but why? There's no real need to do that. I just have to back these two up and then hope that we're safe enough with what we've got here. And yeah, I think if I do something like that, and then I just move Volt back into this position. Yeah, you're basically rattling up a bunch of units that I've never really used from a pure combat perspective, because, like... Yeah, because Ileana having exclusive access to Rexbolt really kind of rubs me the wrong way. But at the same time, like, Ileana has such good combat availability that... Oh, that's why! Because they're the only unit that he can... That's the only unit that they can damage, and that's cheating! Get back here! Yeah, Ileana having basically exclusive access to Rexbolt, like I said, it rubs me the wrong way, just because it's like, that's such a cool tome in terms of, like, its animations and stuff, but I can never use it because I never train her. Granted, she has the best availability out of any unit in the entire game, so it's a toss-up, if I'm being honest. Alright, rip in peace, Steel Lance, you did the Lord's work. It's another cat. And this one actually hit. How are we doing on... Okay, we're cruising past the 2-hour mark at this point. And like I said, Izuka's just gonna keep doing this, I think, until... Is it turn 25 or 30 that he stops? I don't want to get too close, because he's just gonna move instead, and that's gonna make it so that I still am running out the timer, but... Yeah, I was worried about that part. Shoot. Because, yeah, this guy's too far out for me to really do this, and I have a turn before these guys just suddenly... Before these guys suddenly become a problem. Plus, I can move Ulki there if I really need him to, so... I think I'm gonna do this, and then we're just gonna see if Alencia can just hang out here for a little bit. Because if I don't do this, then this guy's just gonna continue to be a thorn in my side. In fact, I might move Volk up over there. To where the, to where those Beast Lagoos are going. Because, yeah, Alencia can't get back yet, but she will next turn, but... If I'm being honest, I could kind of just leave the spot open. Because, yeah, at this point, those 4 are all going to the left, so... Or the right, so that's just going to cause a big traffic jam. Or I could do this. That's gonna make them target Tabarn, but if I'm being honest, that might not be a bad thing. There we go. Pop that. Crack this. And then I gotta remember to turn the animations off or we're gonna be here even longer. But not one for the road. There we go. And we'll just keep everyone where they're at for the time being. I'm just gonna move you a little. I'm gonna probably need Peleus to go to the right, if I'm being honest. God, the boy is endgame viable, and we're not even done yet. In fact, everyone that I want to bring into endgame is already endgame viable, and we're not done yet. Part of me almost wants to finish this now, but that would require me getting Tabarn and Valencia over there, and I don't really want to do that. Okay, they are all running to the right now. That is not the worst thing, if I'm being honest, but that does mean that these guys could take a lot of damage, and I might not be able to heal it, so... And yeah, Rayson's gauge is nowhere near full yet. So what I could do is, like, if these guys get low on health, because Bastion can only heal... Well, he can heal both of them, but... Yeah, we're gonna be taking more than a few hits here. That's 28 go. That is 28 if they go for him, for Kiran, but they're gonna go for Joffrey instead. The last thing I want to do is use the Brave Lance here, because that's actually gonna be more trouble than it's worth, and then... I think this is like 44 or something. Or it's 34, never mind. Yeah, but one soul will keep these guys alive. It's almost to the point where I want to take care of this tiger, which I think I'm going to do right away. Yeah, because even if Valencia gets hit, I could just heal her, and then we're good. Or fly her back over the tree line. That might also work. Yep, right next to Rayson. And we're good there. Just always gotta check those. Veeny, me, miny, mo, catch a thing by the view. Don't care if he gets hit, because that's, like, no damage. Can even move you up, too. The 85's a bit iffy, but I kind of have confidence. Even though Piranio missed 2 75s earlier. I think we got our demons out earlier. We're fine. And then we can just have more fun over here. And what I could do, just to be extra safe, is have Tabarn shove Peleus over so that Bastion can heal Kiran, but I don't even think I need to do that. What I also noticed is that because all of these guys are now running to the right, I think they're running in whatever direction can get them towards combat the fastest. So what I might do is move my left side up into these reeds, and then that'll free up Tyranio to go hunt down these two. Again, that's pointless, but who cares? Well, maybe not, because, you know, that always helps. I'm just grateful that we live in a world where stabs can't miss, instead of, you know, the alternative. And yeah, this guy ain't these guys ain't moving, so... Yeah, because we're free to do things, I might as well do this, and then we'll... If Taranio can move to that tile, then we're set. Yep, block that, and then we'll shove. And then, do I even really need to do this? I don't think I do. I'll save the men's stat use, because that might be more valuable later. Thanks for the heals. Ooh, I did not expect you to move that far, but you did. Kiran did dodge, so that's handy. Plus, we already know he doubles tigers, so we are completely safe. Now, if you could proc Soul here, I'm not counting on it. Expected that. Well, kind of expected that. I'll just try to move Laura back into a safe spot, and then we'll be fine. Because that side's getting a little hairy. In fact, that side's also getting a little hairy. I might need to get Renault into a good spot. No cats, okay. The alternative is I fly to Barn over, and then... Because Alicia's back online this turn, which is good. Because, yeah, that is a lot of area that they can cover, and I don't think I'm gonna forsake Taranio's little mission here. Because he's got Bird Bow, and the most damage that these guys can do is honestly not much. If they could even hit him in the reeds. Break out the good stuff, and pull back with everybody. Now, what could suck is that I know that this tire can hit me, but at the same time, like, I think we'll be fine. Shift over here so we can wall. And we actually have a little pocket to put Laura, which is very cute. How close are you to SS? Closer and closer. Yeah. I need just enough Dark Tomes to get a... Well, what am I saying? I need just enough out of my Dark Tome usage to carry Peleus through up until some of the more fun stuff happens in the endgame, and I think we'll be more likely than not able to get there. And actually, let's talk Hondo. Okay, you're gonna get that guy no matter what, and then... Okay, you'll live for sure, so... Wow, General Joffrey! Glad to see you're alive, sir. Good fortune to you, and may no enemies lay a single blow upon you. That's easier said than done with Kiran, but okay. No soul, but we still don't have a problem, because we can just have Bastion heal up. Could even throw Ulki back into the mix, but I think I'd rather have him over here as kind of a just in case. Okay, these cats can both target Kiran, but in the event that he does get that, he either crits a bunch or he triggers Soul, and this might be where that biorhythm of his, which is on the Ascent, actually matters. The alternative is that I kill this guy with Tabarn and then we know that he's safe, but 33 on both of these guys, and then Kiran's got 25 defense, so 16 from the cats, and then... Because they can't double it, right? No. And then that's 20 from the tiger? Yeah, so 36, he'll be fine. Plus, like I said, I can even do this if I want to, and I do. But I don't think I can fly back unless Tabarn moves. Can you get up here? Yes, perfect. Because there's a world in which I have to do something like this. In fact, I think I actually have to block the tile that Tabarn was on, or one of my sages will get targeted in the middle of it. Good dodge. Now you get the cancels, okay. Oh, perfect. So now they can't go there. And, I don't know, do that. And untransformed Olgi has a shocking amount of dodge, but that's still not something I really want to work off of unless I have to. Now, moving Tyrannia out there is the biggest gamble here, because he's going to have potentially... I think he's going to have 4 birds targeting him, but... It's going to be... Okay, never mind, you're going for Renal. Because you can damage him, that's why. Boo, don't do that. I hate Kanto on some of these guys. Thankfully, you don't have Kanto. No sail. Okay, that's what I was counting on. And I was also counting on you to take no damage. Perfect. We gotta route the map, so I might as well bait out the birds while I still have the opportunity to do so. Because if a Zuka spawns a dragon and I'm fucked and I have to get back. Perfection? Well, kind of. I know he can summon dragons, it's just really, really rare. Because, yeah, thankfully there's only the 2 that are left on the map left, which is helpful. And then... Is there any way for me to get you easily? Not this turn. In fact, it might be better if I try to wreck these guys. You can get a level out of this, and then I'll give one of these to Renal since he's gonna... I'll do this. Oh, come on, that's just a somersault? Or I guess that's more like a Blanca Street Fighter 2 ground shave roll. I think that was what the move was called. You know what I mean, possibly. I'll take the plus 2 to speed, though. Yeah, 32, that's pretty nice. That was bad. What's his stats looking like? Okay, well, he capped one of his important stats, and he's probably going to get the others in like, very short order. Speaking of capping stats... Ooh, lovely. Unnecessary crits are my favorite, and I think he is officially now outpacing Soren, which is just stupid. Not that you would know it by that level. But, okay, maybe I can forgive you this one time. Just this once. Now, Lindsay hasn't capped out anything, despite being very close to max, which is strange. Yeah, go for it. Steel Lance? Yeah, we don't need anything else. And the extra hit rate from the support is, now I think, officially coming in handy. Because, yeah, we're about to have another tide of death on our hands over here. And I will keep Tyrannia moving. Just because, like I said, he's not going to get this guy, but he is going to get, hopefully, some of these other birds that are on the back line here. And your gauge is getting a little low, but you'll be fine. And then Olgi can swap in. Part of me almost wants to do this so that... Yeah, we can move him back, untransform him, and then keep the gauge a little bit higher. No need to whip him. Or just... Yeah, I'm more than safe if I do this. Probably should have moved him back first, but who's keeping track? I'm not. Don't crit. I swear this is more exciting, but... I mean, at this point, it kind of just feels like I'm playing tower defense, but... who cares? This is more I swear there's a way to make this more entertaining, but that mainly probably involves bringing... You could probably bring in a bunch of crappy units and see how they do here. That actually could be kind of fun, but... Alright, well... The Tyranio expedition is officially underway, if it wasn't already. If I'm having to move that far out on an adventure, then... I don't even know. Okay. Take care of this guy first, I think, and... Yeah, once Peleus gets to SS rank, I think I can kind of stop for a bit. In fact, I'm kind of tempted to stop with Alinzia too, but she can still get a lot of good benefit out of levels here. That's cap resistance too, right? No. Wow, you cap at 35, don't you? Yeah, go for this. I never get that when I need it. I'm kind of banking on Kiran to be able to heal his own health back up, and no. It's a good level up, though. So that guy's gonna attack Joffrey, that guy's attacking Kiran. I can do this so that Alencia doesn't get targeted. Or, actually... Huh. It's not what I expected to see. In fact, you are oddly fast, okay. No cancel, but didn't get hit either. Piece by piece. Not even gonna know it. I don't plan on taking either of these guys into endgame, so I guess it's fine, but still, that's just a little irritating, I guess. And we'll just keep everybody where they're at for the time being. In fact, I think I need to keep Laura there, because I don't know if this guy can fly in, and I don't want to find out. As long as we don't get crit out of nowhere by any of these guys, which I don't think they can even do. You'd have to bring in units with really shitty luck to manage that. Because we're the ones critting them most of the time. Okay, that guy's pretty fast. No suffering from success, please. What is this crap up here? This is so, like... Did these guys just take all the good levels? Like, what's going on? Alright, well that's that issue taken care of. There's no point in going into the swamp with the Tyranio because he's not going to be able to, like, really do anything. There's a lot of attention going to that side, and yeah... I might need to move these guys up just so I can redirect this stream a little bit. We're almost through like the maelstrom here, so to speak, but I want to make sure that... Whew, okay. Let me save here again, because, like I said, this is mainly for me in case if, like, I don't want to have to redo a ton of stuff. Blah. Excuse me, but... more than anything. And like I said, I think I'm gonna move Volk over here just because they... No, I think I might have to move Aaron, because otherwise they're not gonna go for Volk if I just leave him out here. It's to the point where I almost want to just stick Aaron and Geronimo in the thickets and then let things fall into place. Because they don't take... I don't think either of them takes any damage anymore. I can fly you all the way up here. In fact, I'm tempted to do that just to give these guys a break. Yeah, let's try it. Actually, let's, do a bit of hand at... Ooh, not even. And you don't have a javelin anymore, so that's kind of bad. Couldn't you have done that first? Who cares? Cancel kept me safe there. Okay, that's easy. It's not the most... well, it's not the most safe decision in the world, but it's a decision. Can maybe move back here so I can really back up. We move Ulti into position so he can help out too. In style, I want to say. It's like, okay, well, they're gonna have to... If these guys want to attack, they're gonna have to attack somebody that I think they get have like a hit rate of 2% on or something stupid. Same thing goes for this Raven. If he wants to attack anybody, he has to target Volk. Stiletto. I don't know if the Silver Knife is even worth busting out right now. Swing up. And yeah, we've been making good use of that Forged Axe at least, which is good. And even if I don't... Okay, I'm one round of combat away from getting SS rank on Dark Tones, so might as well give him the extra one, and then... Peleus obviously has to have his little chat with Azuka, but we're ways off from seeing that happen. And we're good. Man, Ulti's really been wanting to party this whole time, hasn't he? Oh, he heard tale of a party, alright. Alright, well, you're making horrible life choices. Volk, you could have gone for the over-the-head stab, and you just went for the cut? Like, really? I guess it's maybe more professional, I don't know. I don't know how professional you could be as an assassin, like, other than throat method, because, like, I don't know. Maybe I've seen too many movies with hitmen in them. Who's to say? Well, okay, you can target Ranulph, which isn't fun, but... Oh, god damn it! These frickin' reeds! Yeah, for the double. And we're gonna keep Renov all the way at the back, because I think it'd be funny if they just actively ignored everything to go for him. Stuns? Oh, you don't need to do that. My god, he was already dead. Part of me is, like, bored out of my skull and wants to put on other music, but, like, what's the point anymore, honestly? Like, I'm half tempted to send Tabarn in here just to rip 5 of these guys a new one. But I think I'm gonna do that, because otherwise we... Yeah, I know this is wasting XP, but I don't care. These guys are very hard to track down with people that aren't flying units, so let's just do that, and then we'll have Kiran plug this gap here while Joffrey swings in behind. I'm mainly just gonna... How much is your gauge? How much of your gauge is left? Enough. Okay. I could have the cat jump in, and I kind of want to have him do that. I like how I just completely abandoned the wall idea down here. Like, there's literally, like, nobody except for Volk is still here. Yeah. Oh, wow, Grayson's gauge is at max. I think I might save that for a little bit, because, yep, that's what I thought would happen. I know that some of these kills are wasted at this point, but I don't think anybody really needs the XP anymore. I mean, they kind of do, but... It's funnier if I left my Lagoos off the chain every now and again, just to see what I can get out of it. Okay, you are not going for Renolf, which I don't understand, but okay. Oh yeah, that is so coming together. I think that's Cap's skill as well. I don't know what's weirder, the fact that Tabarn is actually getting XP out of this, or the fact that he just got hit now. Oh, wow, okay. That guy lived? I can hardly believe it. He's gotta be running out. Like, oh my god, we're almost there. We gotta be almost there. It's okay. Alright, back up. Move over. And then, frick, I don't even know. Ugh. I guess I can literally move to Barn, like, we can move him up here, and then he can take care of these other birds. At this point, I need to look for ways to finish this map up, because, like I said, sticking this out is really funny, but, like, good god, I feel like they've had enough at this point. I don't know how they haven't. I think I'm off. And like I said, we're gonna sit on this for a little bit, because otherwise I'm not gonna be able to use it when it counts, which is when we go after Azuka. Which is very, very soon. And you summoned another Raven in, which is just lovely.
Because, yeah, I think Izuka can rewarp to... If he rewarps back here, that's bad. If he rewarps to the island with the ravens on it, I can kind of just snipe him with Tabarn or Valencia. And I think he can move either back here or back to where Tabarn is. This would kind of be a troll spot, because I can't get anybody over here in time. This is literally his game plan, is just, like, the freaking millstone strategy of, like, grind me down with 1,000 units, and then eventually I just get bored of this, and then I screw up and lose somebody. It's up to me how much of this push and pull game I really want to do, because... yeah. It's not that I'm running out of weapons, it's just that I'm running out of patience. Plus, I've got endgame prep to do after this, so the stream is far from over. Including after the chapter ends. It's part of why I'm using Tabarn, just to speed this up a little bit. I guess this is the one thing people typically fault Radiant Dawn for, is just, like, maps like this can just get inordinately long. At least this one's interactive, like, 3F is just... I swear to god, half that map was waiting for the enemy and NPCs to take their turns. And this map would be considerably okay. This map would be considerably faster if, they actually let you, Wow, you're still not done? I guess he might have... This is either the last group, or he still has, like, 2 or 3 turns left of it. And we're fine up here, so... I can deal with the tigers as they show up. If I'm being perfectly honest, we're approaching the 3-hour mark here, and we've still got quite a ways to go through all of this stuff, so... I gotta run to the restroom, and then I'll be right back. BRB. Alright, I'm back. So, I guess we'll do a programming update here right now, since I plan on continuing with this map until we are completely done with it before going on another break. Yeah, so we are at the end game for this, and I'm on the fence as to what I want to do about it, because the end game for Radiant Dawn is very long, especially compared to other Fire Emblem games. It's very good, in my opinion, because it's just very, very rewarding. It's like the end of a saga, effectively, but the problem is that if you thought this map was long, the end game for Radiant Dawn is even longer, because it's a five-part it's a five-part ascension up the Tower of Guidance, which we've been trying to get to up until this point. I'm of two minds about it. The first thing that I was planning on doing is doing 2 streams next week and just splitting it into 2 parts. The other thing I was thinking about doing, and I'm almost tempted to do this because it's crazier, is to basically, like, take Friday off from work, start stream a little bit early, and just go for the whole thing in one go. I don't know how long that's gonna take. I don't know if it's really worth even doing that. The only constant is that any prep for the end game I would be doing off screen, just because there's a lot of stuff. Like, when we get to the end game base, which I believe is the last, like, base in the entire game, there's a lot of stuff for us to do. I gotta go on a big shopping spree. There's like 5 info conversations or something. I'll show those off, call the stream, and then do all of my shopping, all of any like extra weapon forging that I want to do, things like that. I'll do that off camera so that I can get everything ready, and then once I start the next stream, which would be on Friday, I think, we'll just go for it. And like I said, we'll do the whole endgame in one go. That's crazier, but it's more fun. So we might just do it that way. Plus, that gives me the following week to just, like, probably do, like, a Wednesday stream where I'm just playing whatever I have in mind, and then the week after that is MomoCon, so I'm just not going to be streaming that week. Unless I want to stream on Monday, which I kind of don't because I have to pack. But let's get back to it. Because, yeah, I've been rambling for like a couple minutes here. And we still have a conga line on both sides here to deal with. I might have Tabarn comb the map going up to where this dragon is, although I think I might have him swing around this side because he can kind of help thin out these ravens over here, go for this dragon, and then just kind of sit there. Although, like I said, I want to make sure that Izuka's out of units before I end up going for that, because otherwise this is just... it's going to take even longer than it already has. And I don't know if he's got any more gas left in the tank. I'm assuming he does, and I just recognized I might have missed it. Thankfully, I saved a couple turns ago, but... oh, no tigers can even get to him, so we're fine. And you're probably gonna run away like a little piece of... nope. Staying you put. I like that. Yep, perfect. He's out. Takes 25 turns, but he runs out of gas, and he can't summon anymore, so now we can go on the offensive. Once this initial tide is stemmed, which... that's gonna take a minute or two. Speaking of which, Hand Axe will... yeah, that'll kill. And that'll stop the pain, so to speak, but... oh, that's... this is where I wish I had an extra point of strength, huh? Yeah, because these two are making this very annoying because if they weren't here, then I would be able to move Laura and Peleus up just fine. I guess I could do something like this where he Fenrir's one of these guys down. In fact, doing this, I think, would be pretty beneficial. Although I would think I would rather him try for the 23 here. Nice. I've got another tome where that came from, so I'll be perfectly fine. I need that for later, and yep, that is SS rank on Dark. Exactly what I wanted. So Pallius is pretty much ready to rock and roll at this point. So is Aaron, even though... Yeah, he's only level 12. I thought he was like 15 for some reason. I think, yeah, I confused him with Alencia. But we're, like I said, we are officially in like home stretch mode if we weren't already. So the point where I'm going to have Tabarn kind of run that interference routine, like I said. Because I know that there are no more units that can spawn, so I'm going to have him take down the dragons. That guy's got a wind affinity. Actually, most of them do, now that I think about it. Fire, yeah. And then Izuka himself doesn't have it, so the affinity bonus, so that helps a lot. And I'm going to do this again because I'm curious if they're going to fall for this trick twice. This may be where... Yep, this is where the Brave Lance actually sees use. Because I can do that safely, and then I'm going to have everybody that's on the... I think I'm going to keep these guys here, just because having one group on this side to just jump on Izuka if he teleports over is going to be good. You done did good, Joffrey. And then... Why not? We've only got cats coming in this general direction, and I could actually advance forward a little bit, but... kind of want to make sure that, everybody's gonna be alright here. And then I'm gonna need to use Laura's physics staff here, because otherwise we're gonna... I mean, we may run into a problem. Granted, I don't know how big of a problem, because I could just use Volk's Beast Killer to take care of this guy. Yeah, do that. I have no use for this thing after this map, so we might as well get our uses out of it. He seriously goes in for the throat cut instead of the overhead. I mean, with a tiger, I guess that makes sense, but, like, I don't want to get into specifics. You can't give me more than that? I'll take it, but you can give me a little more? Who am I kidding? Keep the train rolling. Luna on a real train. It's an Ulky level up. Extreme no-cell action. Sweet. I think that's SS rank on axes, which is incredibly bizarre. Also, this guy's going after Aaron for some... Right! He can't be doubled by him. That makes a lot of sense. Even with Aaron having near-cap stats, like, his speed cap, as you can see, is 32, which I believe is lower than Methany's. But the good news is that I have a multitude of ways of dealing with this guy. Well, with all of these guys, I'm dealing with it. Tiger goes down, and I am blocking that cat off, so we're in a perfectly good position here. And yeah, like I said, I think he just capped speed. No? Okay, I'm a liar. It's a bit higher. It's a little hard to tell with the way the gauges are rendered on the screen. Especially in the VOD if you're watching. I just remembered. Do I want to give... You will hit 13 if I give you that. Same time, though, like, some of these guys are just itching for these, but okay, don't overthink this. We gotta get out of here faster than anything else, and like I said, this map just takes a long time. Especially if you do it this way. Although, rather hilariously, you can finish this map in 2 turns if you know what you're doing. That might be... No, like I said, his magic stat is capped out at 40, so he's not close to capping anything else yet. Kind of weird that Laura can get that many level ups, even though, like I said, she's mostly just been doing staff-related work. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, wow, okay. That's not what I expected. Can have you run over here, and then you probably won't get targeted, because, yeah, this guy is going to go for Tarania over anybody else. Unless he has a Death Wish, and then he goes for Aaron. Speaking of which, I'm kind of wondering if doing a bit of rescue dropping so that Aaron can go up here and take care of these guys would be beneficial. Because, yeah, dropping him, like, right here, right in these reeds would be really good, because then all these guys will show up and just suicide on him. This guy, though, I want to... Can I get in and out, or do I need to be closer? I think I need to be a little bit closer, but... Yeah, 10 move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... I can get out, but only just. Actually, I could just... I don't want to attack his... Peleus needs to attack Izuka first. And Izuka's gonna run away, so I think this is safe to do. I could have just ended the map right then and there if I wanted to, but I don't have units in position quite yet to end things off. Plus, like, even if Izuka does go for Tabarn, 53, and then Tabarn has a lot of resistance. Well, he's got enough, and there's no way in hell that Izuka might not even hit him, come to think of it. This is where we, next turn is where we, shift Racing, just because it helps get everybody into position faster. And this'll be good, because then... Yeah, I can attack some of these guys with Fenrir. I need to... If Peleus moves 3 tiles to the right of where he's standing, I can get to him, which is actually kind of like the perfect spot to keep him for the rest of the map. That was actually decent. Okay. These two are not half bad as units, and wow, you capped resistance, okay? But the thing is that, like, Kiran is just kind of, like, mediocre on the whole. Like, I've taken him into endgame before, and he's done pretty alright for himself, but yeah, it can be a little rough just kind of getting to the point where it ends up being worth it, and then with Joffrey, it just kind of ends up being a little too late. Even though I did get him to Silver Knight, I think he's the... No, we have Oscar, so we have 2 of each at the end of the game, but... Yeah, I think what I might do is just have, I'm curious if, yeah, this is the thing I'm a bit interested in, is if Bolt has special dialogue with Izuka. I know Tabarn does, and I think Elincia does too. And I think I'm actually going to, now that I think about it, I'm going to pull this group back, and then we're all just going to convene around the same point, and then after Peleus and Izuka have their little duel of words, I think I'm going to... I'm gonna figure out what I want to do next. And Izuka didn't move, which means the easiest thing I can do here is just have sick to barn on him and be done with this, but like I said, we have story to worry about first. Here's story.
Izuka! My dear Prince Peleus, excuse me, I mean King Peleus. I'd assumed that you'd have been turned to stone. How nice to see you again. But I am saddened to see that you would betray me and fight alongside these short-sighted fools. I found you and set you on the path to royalty. I served you well, did I not? I know that you've been working for the Senate, Izuka. So you found out. Very well, at least I don't need to pretend anymore. It isn't like you would spare my life anyway. With most of Daein turned to stone, the Blood Pact can no longer harm anyone. But that doesn't change the fact that you tricked me into risking the life of every citizen of my kingdom. Why would you betray me, Izuka? Were you ever loyal to Daein? Betrayal? What of your betrayal to me? I remember well how you value one worthless and whose life over mine. It was your betrayal that forced me to abandon my work. You were supposed to be my puppet, a weakling Bowie king that I could control, giving me free reign. What? How could that be? Oh, princely boy, how I've completely fooled you. You are not King Ashnard's son. All I did was look for a boy that could pass for the king's son. But Mother said it was certain that I was her child. Ah yes, Lady Almeida, paragon of sanity. She is certainly fit to identify a boy she hasn't seen in 15 years. She was so desperate to have her son again that she would have believed anything I told her. No, no! Stop it! Stop talking! Well, rather amusingly, Peleus is actually strong enough at this point to be more than a match for Izuka. Yeah, 31 resistance. Valorant still hits like a truck, but... Yeah, Peleus is going to be more than happy to accept that tone. Tabarn, would you do the honors? Actually, do I want you to? Oh, well, Tabarn will more than happily do the honors, but... I mean, Alencia got the kill on Izuka after all the nonsense that we had to deal with her, and... As much as there's still XP on the map, do I really need it anymore? I'm starting to wonder if I do. Let me see here. Well, Aaron's ready to go, if I'm being honest. Volk was ready to go the moment he got here. And so is Alencia, I guess? The one thing I could do is run up with Izuka and see if, like... We already did the one thing that I needed to do, so let me test a few things out. Because I'm pretty sure, like, if I had to throw an arrow at this whole situation, my Laguz units, of course, Racing by extension, but throwing Racing at him is... You would all-digress the whole time. Throwing Racing into this is pretty much suicidal. Same thing goes for Ulki, because, like I said, Izuka can't double Ulki, but... Yeah, hang on, like I said. I already did this, I think, but I'm just gonna do it again as a sanity check. Because, honestly, my own short-term memory is just so foggy at this point. I think we owe Tabarn the honors, but I'm very curious if Alencia has any dialogue with him. And if I had been thinking ahead, I would have given her, like, a wind edge, but she's the only sword user in this entire group that I'm using. She's not even maxed out yet. The fact that she can wield the Alendite is freaking gnarly. And yeah, she will kill him, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give this kill over to her, and then I'm gonna reset. Or I'm gonna see this dot if there's any dialogue, and then I'm gonna reset. Alencia, the Crimean Queen. Are you here to seek revenge? Revenge? On whose account? What are you talking about? I'm arresting a dangerous fugitive. Well, okay, that's what happens if you do that. And yes, your work is still incomplete, because I have to kill you a second time. I don't think this counts as a reset, because the honor of this whole proceeding should go to Tabarn, more than anybody else.
Because, yeah, I could spend, like, 5 to 6 turns just mopping up everything on the map, but... Actually, is there anything else I can do here? I could do, like, some sort of weird race and transforms, and then we move in with everybody, but... Because, like, I could get Ulky in to get an extra kill, but... I guess that's kind of worth it. Actually, if I move my other units into the right spots, I could actually get a... I could get 2 more for the road here, and I kind of want to do that. And then we'll just assume that the others got mopped up off-screen or some garbage. Let me double-check something real quick here. I had the War of Dragons page open a minute ago. Well, not for the right chapter. I had it for the Oliver chapter. Guess I'm still fawning over that nonsense. Okay, wow, this list is pretty extensive that I'm looking at right now, and we'll move Racing back up. You done did good, kid. So, yeah, Tabarin and Alencia have condos, which I got right. Peleus has the big one, which we did. Zahark has one, which is interesting, and I guess Jill doesn't, but I guess Zahark being, like, the Lagoo's ally here, that kind of makes sense. Alright, well, I need Tear to make this happen, but that's probably not happening. That's okay. One more for the road. God, Alencia's busted at this point. Good grief. I mean, she's the queen, and we've been over this, but still. Yeah, and then, okay, well... Can one of you chumps finish your breakfast down here? Goodness. I gotta do everything myself. Give Tranio a last hurrah over here. Because even though he's a higher level, he still kind of can't... He can actually do pretty well for himself, now that I think about it. He's got 3 of his most important stats capped, and having 25 resistance on an Armor Knight, General, Marshal, what have you, not bad at all, I'd say. But like I said, I'm just gonna say it straight up, I'm taking Gatry to endgame. Their levels are pretty comparable, actually, but Gatry just is probably gonna do better with the levels that he has left, so we're just gonna do with that what we will. Aaron is definitely coming into the tower, though, like, I need to compare him to Nephany straight up, but I think, like, in terms of... I mean, I'll level with you. I brought Nephany into the tower twice. I'm ready for something different. Speaking of things that aren't different, though, Tabarin, I believe the honor goes to you. So, I didn't read the rest of the list, so... Joffrey, Bastion, and Lucia, according to this list, also have conversations with Azuka, and of course Volk does, but, like I said, Tabarin is the one that really, really benefits from this the most. And we gotta take advantage of this before this guy runs away. Ah, you must be the Hawk King! Understand that my work was never intended to harm the Lagoos specifically. No power on Tellius will protect you from me. With your death, I can finally lay my brother's souls to rest. Whee! You don't even get the animation, you just get the tear. But my work is still incomplete. Waste of XP or justified? You decide. But we get his Balborith tome, and I'm just gonna pretend that we're using the old Uber Beats delivery to get this over to Peleus faster. And of course, when the summoner dies, everything else dies. Disgusting filth. I can't kill him enough times for what he's done. Wait, we killed him twice. How many more? Oh, who am I kidding? There is no answer to that question. The answer is not a number. At least he is finally gone. No one else will suffer by his hands. I suppose that's all there is, then. Lague's brothers and sisters, I hope your souls can find peace now. Hey, Count Bastion! That man in the black cape you left with us is in bad shape. We can't even hold him down anymore. Oh no, Your Majesty, we must return immediately. I will explain everything. My Bastion voice is a little worse for wear after 3 hours of this stuff. Oh, thank goodness you're here. I couldn't hold him down anymore. Please, follow me. Bastion with a staff kind of looks a little impressive here. Shh! Calm down, sir. It's all right. You are a strong man. You will pull through. Please, you must calm yourself. Duke Renning. It cannot be. Uncle Renning, you're alive! Oh, you are alive! What's wrong, Uncle? Please speak to me! It's me, Alencia! It's no use, Your Majesty. Your noble uncle's mind has been broken by the drug that creates feral ones. No! How did this happen? Uncle, you must hold on! Uncle Renning. Forgive me. Please give me a moment to collect myself. What happened back there? Who is that man? That is Duke Renning, the younger brother of Crimea's last king and Queen Alencia's uncle. He was next in line to become the king of Crimea, but he was believed killed in the first attack by Dane 3 years ago. I see. And what's wrong with him now? Bastion, no more secrets. It's time for you to tell us everything you know. Duke Renning was apparently killed 3 years ago, but as you can see, he is still alive. Duke Renning was one of the strongest warriors in Crimea, and while Dain tried to kill him, he survived. When the Mad King heard of his skill, he had Renning kidnapped and gave him the drug that creates feral ones. This drug made Duke Renning even stronger, but shattered his mind. He became Bertram, one of Ashnard's infamous 4 riders. After Her Majesty and company defeated him, I had taken him back to my castle. I hoped to find a cure, but I didn't want to raise false hope, Your Majesty, so I kept the secret. However, his mind continued to deteriorate, and there were no signs of improvement. As a last resort, I hired Volt to investigate a way to cure him. Volt quickly discovered that Duke Renning's transformation was engineered by a man called Izuka. This man had made himself an aide to the new King of Dane, and was not difficult to locate. Feeling that Renning was running out of time, we kidnapped Izuka to learn more of the condition. Returning to Fair Castle, we interrogated Izuka at length and discovered more about his experiments. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Bjork are affected differently by the drug than Lagoons. Izuka then offered to create an antidote in exchange for his freedom. Did you agree to it? We refused without a second thought. Such a monster cannot be allowed to roam free. Besides, we know of a more certain way to cure Lord Renning. The Galder of Rebirth. Wait, how do you guys know about this? I guess Bryson must have told you that by now. Prince Rayson, I beg of you, please save my uncle. I can't guarantee anything, Alencia, but I will try. Oh, thank you, Prince Rayson. Thank you. Please give me a moment to myself. I must prepare. Are you sure about this? I thought the Galder of Rebirth was too powerful and complex for a single Heron to perform. Usually, that's true. Right now, however, Asher's awakening has infused the world with order. I've never felt stronger. What's more, Lord Renning's condition seems less severe than a true feral one. I think I can do this. Well, you're the expert. Just don't go taking unnecessary risks. I won't, Tabarn. You needn't worry so much. I've grown a lot. Uncle, hold on! It worked. He's sleeping peacefully. When he wakes, he should be his old self. Oh, thank you, Raisin. Thank you. So, how's Prince Raisin? He's asleep with a big, contented smile on his face. He'll be fine. I suppose we should give thanks to the goddess Ashura. Her power gave strength to Prince Raisin and saved Duke Running's life. It's hard to think of her as the bad guy after seeing a thing like that. Goddess Ashura, huh? I can't die until I see what she looks like. Yep, we only got the clear bonus, but I'll level with you. What I sacrificed was more than worth it for that. I could have gotten even more combat EXP out of that, but that would have taken like an extra half an hour just to comb the map, and honestly, the effect of all those feral ones dropping the moment Izuka does is... well, it's a bit morbid, but it was pretty interesting to see. That being said, we're not done here. Normally I would cut to the end of stream, but I would say we've got about, like, anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes left, just because of all the endgame prep work I've got to do. So let's get to it.
Ike and company managed to evade their persistent foes, finally arriving in Xi'an, the capital of Benyan. The Tower of Guidance. According to the creed of the goddess, which has been taught across the continent by Benyan, this is where the goddess Ashura will appear during times of great crisis to lead the people to safety. As even the smallest child in Benyan knows, the tower is sacred and mere mortals may not enter. With the world edging toward catastrophe, the tower glows like a pillar of pure light, as though to pierce the very heavens.
Endgame. Rebirth. The true finale is finally at hand. God, that's one hell of a look. Or that's one hell of a painting, I guess. You may remember this if you played Path of Radiance. When you boot the game up for the first time, this is the first thing that you see. They were thinking that far ahead with this when you think about it. Especially with how Path of Radiance kind of ended on a big to-be-continued note. The first game, or Fire Emblem 9 started with this, and Fire Emblem 10 is ending with it. Rather interesting bookend, and wow, this whole... It's not really a full... I guess it's a sound effect more than anything else, but it's pretty chilling. That must be the Tower of Guidance. It's so bright, I can hardly bear to look at it. What's happening in there? Let's hurry, Ike. I can't imagine that the glowing is a good omen. We're running out of time. Been a while since we heard this theme. The city gate is shut. I guess we'll have to force it to get to the tower. Oh, you guys made it! Or, correct, that's Skravir. Skravir! I thought that was the guy for a second. Skravir, I didn't realize your group had already arrived. Yes, we've been here for quite some time. I've been itching to go inside and see what the bad guys have waiting for us. Skravir listened to reason, however, and agreed to wait here with us. We know nothing about the numbers or strength of the enemy. It seems safest to wait here for the rest of you to show up. We pitched tents outside the gate. Hello, Micaiah. Any word from Yune? She came back to me a number of times during our trip, but nothing for the past few days. I see. Do we know where Tabarn and Lincia's group is? No word yet, no. Ike, it's a waste for us to just sit around waiting. Why don't you and I have a look inside? Wait, what's happening? Get ready for an attack, people. Psych? Oh, hey, that's where everybody went. Also, interesting that Ulki and Janaf show up there. If they're not into Barnes group, I don't think they show up here. Kanagus? What are you doing here? Also, yeah, I totally forgot the King Alliance frickin' showed up. In an occurrence I'm told is increasingly common, we heard a voice in our dreams and followed it here. And Lord Tabarin, I should have guessed that your group would beat everyone here. We joined up with King Kanagus and mopped up the Disciples of Order around the capital. I assume this might have been cut content again, or maybe they didn't even program the map for all I know. The only people left within the city are the ones who have been petrified. Good! I like your readers with initiative. Oh, there's Yune. Yune! Here to give us our next instructions? Yes, good guess. Everyone, gather around. You all need to hear this. Good job, everyone. All 3 teams got here, and a little faster than I thought you would. While you were traveling, I went around recruiting more help, including King Kanagus here. Unfortunately, it looks like Ashura had the same idea. By the time I made my way to Goldoa, there was no one there. What do you mean? Where were they? If you're saying what I think you're saying, then we could have a very big problem. Lots of very big problems. I don't know for sure, Tabarn. There aren't a whole lot of dragons altogether, but it looks like every one of them joined Asher. How could this be? I haven't seen them anywhere else on Tellius, so they must already be inside the tower. Let's camp for the night before walking into Asher's own home. Yeah, that is a big problem. Well, we'll deal with it in due time. So, like I said, I am gonna only be going over info conversations here and then calling it because the way that the endgame works is that you have a team of 17 units to work with. 7 of them are picked out for you, well, kind of. You get a choice in the 7th, and then 6 of them are predetermined. And then the other 10 units that you pick are entirely up to you. If I'm being perfectly honest, I don't know what my whole team is gonna look like yet. Well, I mostly know who. I've been kinda hinting at units here and there. I will say straight up, Soren and Peleus are mandatory for me. Both of them are coming in, and I don't really have a choice in the matter. Well, Peleus is just fun to use because, you know, dark magic and all that, and Soren is Soren, and I want Ike to have his ace support going in because Ike is gonna be basically my linchpin. Basically, he's been the whole game, and he will continue to be towards the finale, so we've got that going for us. More importantly, as well as that, there's some secret stuff that I haven't fully unlocked yet, and taking Soren and Peleus into the endgame is basically how you get that taken care of. Actually, who got MVP? Aaron got it again. I thought Peleus sniped it, but we've literally had the same 3 units just completely wrecking house every single time, which is kind of what I predicted, I guess. I'm not complaining, mind you. But anyway, we have 5 freaking base combos. There's 3 of these give us some really good stuff. The others are just mostly for filler purposes. I'm going to be going over them in a second. I just want to make sure that... The other thing I'm going to show up quickly is the bargain section here. Just because if I forget to do this. So, Amy's shop is a couple new curios for us. She finally sells physics staffs just straight up. This is an incredible boon for a number of reasons, even though I can't buy any right now, or I can only buy 1. But we also get a ward staff. If nothing else, I will probably be grabbing one of these, and whoop, I didn't mean to exit out. I will probably be grabbing one of these, just because this is weirdly limited in terms of availability. Back in Path of Radiance, you got one of these fairly early, and it was a pretty good way of, if nothing else, grinding up staff rank. Or XP on your staff users, period. I mean, I get why, because you don't really need it until now, because there's a lot of very strong magic users, especially in the upper parts of the tower. But, yeah, this would have been more beneficial. Like, I can imagine getting this back in part 1, and maybe that was intended and then they just forgot? I don't know. We can also buy Olivite Grass as well as all of the different cards for free. We don't need Panaceas, but I mean, we kind of do. In fact, bringing one along might not be a bad idea. Out of all the status ailments that are a big problem, at least in the tower. The one that you have to worry about more than anything else is silence. Now, for your physical attackers, this is no problem whatsoever. But for your magic users, this could be a real problem. I still have more than one Restore Staff available, but I might want to grab one of these. I definitely want to grab more Pure Waters. Anybody that doesn't have more than 15 resistance that isn't named Ike is kind of off the team by default, because from what I've seen in the past, they have a tendency to just get completely own-zoned and die by the amount of magic that occurs in the upper levels. We will have help at that point, but I don't want to rely on it exclusively. More importantly, we've got a lot of cool stuff here in the bargain section. This is the last shop in the game, so it makes sense that we basically have a full complement available to us. This Worm Slayer, you're going to want to grab this if nothing else, especially if you don't have one. I've got one, technically two, so I'm not that worried about it. The Varine Tome is also interesting. This appears no matter what, if memory serves, but if Peleus is along, if you're bringing Peleus along for the ride and he can't use Balbarith yet, he's probably going to be more than happy to use this. Granted, I might still bring it anyway, because it's just that darn good of a tome. We also have a ton of arm scrolls available, 6. I don't need any, because I actually have 3, and I think I only really need 2 at this point. Soren and Peleus are both at SS rank in their respective schools of magic. Micaiah isn't, but I believe she gains a rank in light magic when promoting. So I may only need 1. But I'm going to keep 1 around for safekeeping, and then we've got a bunch of Lagoo Stones here just to wrap everything up. We also have 2 Shine Barriers. These are somewhat useful in some of the earlier stages. Actually, they're useful on the part 1 of 5 and part 3 of 5. They're not very useful everywhere else, just because 2, 4, and especially the last map are just so open that you gain next to nothing by using these. They are cheap, though. I'll say that much. As for the armory, the gloves have basically come off at this point, although they kind of have for a while. We have basically every tome that we could ever possibly want available to us, as well as the stiletto knife, which I don't think was available up until now. And then, yeah, nothing has really changed here. Stuff like silver longbows, or some of the more fancier, like, short spears and other throwing weapons, those are sadly limited. But javelins can get us Javelins can get us up until we get some of the better weapons available, and I do have, like, I think I've got an extra spear, I've got an extra Tempest Blade, like, we're packing some serious heat even without the ability to buy that stuff. Because this is the last shop in the game, money means nothing past this point. Off stream, I'm probably going to go on a giant shopping spree just to get everything. I guess more to the point, why don't I'll go from top down, because I'm not going to go over the I guess I will go over the new units we get, but it'll make more sense after we talk to Renning first. We're almost there. Tomorrow, we head to the tower. Do not worry, Your Majesty. We will be all right. We will be right beside you. Though long tested by the trials of the goddess Ashura, we shall overcome, and our mission will be laid to rest. Yes, what we do now, we do not only for the people of Crimea, but for all the people of Teleus. Yes, we shall succeed. You are a courageous queen indeed. Who said that? Uncle Renning, are you all right now? Don't I look it? I stand before you in full health. Thanks to your efforts, of course. Wonderful! I'm so relieved, Uncle. Duke Renning? Lucia, you have my gratitude for looking after Alincia so diligently. Bastion, Joffrey, everyone, you have my sincere thanks. Maybe thank Ike while you're at it, because he did a lot of the heavy lifting before, but who cares. Please, Duke Renning, it is our joy to serve Her Majesty. Our loyalty extends beyond the Queen. Please do not forget that. Thank you. I appreciate your concern. Especially yours, Bastion. I mean, I guess this is... These 4 are basically, like, the Queen's retainers at this point, so I guess this is a conversation between them, but who am I kidding? I stand by you, my lord. You have ever been my most loyal and clever confidant. Was it possible for you to acquire the things I desired? Indeed, my lord. For you, to whom I owe my mastery of disciplines esoteric and arcane, no task is too difficult. Your sword, your armor, and your faithful steed stand ready, that the battlefield shall know your valor once more. You haven't changed a bit, Bastion. Always the clever one. Your praise is too much, my lord. Uncle, you intend to join the fight? Please, you mustn't push yourself too hard. My, how things have changed. Am I to take orders from my niece on what battles I'm allowed to fight in? I'm not a princess to be coddled and kept safe behind the vanguard, Alicia. I'm a knight of Crimea, and I will be one until I die. As long as I live, as long as I am able to walk, and as long as I draw breath, I shall fight. It is my duty. I understand. Swear to me then. Swear that you won't die, that you won't ever leave me alone. I swear to you that I will never leave you behind. I swear it on my pride as a knight and upon my love for my country. Now, your majesty, please grant me the honor of protecting you in battle. Oh, uncle, you may have to compete for that role, I think. Duke Renning, I will not give up my place as the commander of the Royal Knights, even to you. Let's take it outside, then. Perhaps I'll remind you why you have never won a match against me. As you wish, Duke Renning. I will also show you that I've spent 3 years preparing solely to defend the Queen from harm. I have made it my life. Uncle? Joffrey, you too? Bastion, do something! Truly, I shall have to. After all, a match between such stalwart warriors needs to be judged. I believe I shall volunteer my services. Please excuse me. Bastion? Oh, your majesty, let them be. Lucia, are you siding with them too? Doesn't all this remind you of a scene in Melior from years ago? Tomorrow is full of uncertainty. We may live and we may die. Yet here we are, enjoying a little scene of high drama from a glory-filled past. I'm glad of it. That's true. It's like a weight has been lifted off my chest. Why don't we follow them? We should enjoy our final night together. Of course, your majesty. Yeah, so that convo is basically required to get Renning up on his feet and ready to go. That conversation really leads me to believe a lot, like, especially about Bastion. He might be the best written character that we only hear things about. He's a very show-don't-tell character, and I like that, just because you always hear so much about how clever and tactful he is, but I mean, you finally get to see that born fruition at the end of the day. I guess it's a combination of both now that I think about it, but it's done so well. It's the perfect example of doing a lot with very little with a character, and I really like that a lot, even if Bastion doesn't have a ton of time in the sun himself as a unit. Because I think he's force deployed on the one map in Path of Radiance where you get Joffrey back. Or you have to get to where Joffrey is or something. That was a weird map, but he was force deployed on it even though you didn't have to use him. And yeah, here he's only he's not even force deployed on that map, but you need him to get Volk, and we'll get to Volk in a second, but again, I said that 3 hours ago, I swear. 4 hours ago even. Let's see what Stefan's up to. By the by, you get this conversation even if you don't recruit Stefan. I just want to point that out. What can I do for you, Goddess Yune? You're very strange. What are you? That's a strange question, especially coming from you. Didn't you create all of us? I didn't create anything. Not Laguz nor Bjork. But I know what they are because I've watched them change and grow over time. You're not something I've seen before. I'm the same as the girl you dwell inside. Oh. I thought Micaiah was the only one. She could hear my voice and sing the Galder of Release. But I learned that others existed. There's that boy who's always with Ike, or that little girl who stays by the Queen of Crimea. Which one? Is Amy? No. There are several in my village as well. They are my comrades. We all live under the same fate, and carry the same curse in our blood. When you say these words, what do they mean? Why are you cursed? It means that we carry the blood of both Bjork and Laguz. Bjork call us Branded, and Laguz call us Parentless. Does that mean your parents are Bjork and Laguz? Not always. It means that the Laguz and Bjork mixed blood somewhere along the line. Bjork and Laguz rarely associate in that way. For them to conceive a child together is an even rarer event. What's strange is that the child bears no Lagoo's characteristics. It's just a normal Bjork infant. However, the Lagoo's blood lies asleep, waiting in the child's veins. Oh. One day, the Lagoo's blood shows itself, marking the child's body with a brand. How old is that girl, I don't think she's as young as she looks. The other curse is that we age differently for Bjork. It depends on what Lagoo's blood the child has, but it always slows how fast we age. Micaiah says that's true. She's listening to every word you say. Please, continue. The Lagoo's blood gives the branded unnatural powers. Bjork fear and distrust us because they can't understand those abilities. The Lagoo's are even worse. They treat us like we're phantoms, refusing to acknowledge us, as if we don't even exist. I see. It's easy to hide among Bjorks. You just cover the brand, avoid getting close to anyone, and never settle down, pretending you're normal. The Lagoo's are different. They can sense what we are. They have an instinct for it. Not all Lagoo's know for sure, but the sharp ones figure it out instantly. Others just feel uneasy around us. Some never figure it out, but they're surrounded by the ones who do. Either way, the Lagoo's would never talk to us voluntarily. Why would you pay attention to someone who doesn't even exist? Why? That doesn't make any sense. How do things get like that? I would like to know that as well. It's said that a union between a Lagoo's and a Bjork is a crime against the goddess. That's what we've always been told. That's silly! I never heard anything of the sort. Why are you laughing? It's all been a lie! For hundreds of years we faced persecution, abuse, and isolation, and for what? A lie! What's not to laugh about, huh? What happened? This is all wrong. How did history get so distorted? Was it at a particular place and time? I don't understand. I've been asleep for so long. Yeah, that's something to chew on. There's something interesting I gotta show off, but we'll do the dragons one first, and then these last two are pretty relevant to Ike, so we'll do this one and then I'll tab out for a sec. Almeida, you're safe! Kurthnaga. Almeida, what's wrong? You're so pale and you've grown so thin. Oh, Peleus, my little Peleus, why? Tell me why. Almeida, you have to pull yourself together. Prince Kurth, are you there? I'm busy, Ina. Stay where you are. Oh. Ina, it's been a long time. I felt your presence nearby, but you never came to see me. Lady Almeida, I understand that you don't want to see me. I'm sure you hate me for what I've done. My brother Rajan, your betrothed, he died because of me. Don't. It's not important. That's all in the past. What? How can you pretend like nothing happened? You can't. I know you hate me. You have to hate me. Go ahead. Blame me for what happened. Insult me. Do anything, but you have to hate me. I don't hate you, Almeida. Rajan made his decision. He gave his life to save you and his little nephew. Did you know that? He decided to sacrifice himself to protect you. I can't blame you for what Rajan decided to do. That would mean insulting my beloved for his sacrifice, for his nobility. Prince Kurth, my grandfather is here to see you. The king knows nothing of his visit. Nasir is here? Prince Kurthnaga, I am glad to see that you are safe, and Lady Almeida as well. It has been a long time. We haven't seen each other in over 90 years, I believe. Nasir, you returned to Goldoa? Yes. Nasir, I need to know something. Why has Goldoa sided with Goddess Ashura? What is Father thinking? The Lagoo's and Bjork have joined together to save the Petrified. Why hasn't Goldoa joined the effort? As you wish, Lady Almeida, are you aware of the fact that everything that's happened is due to your decision to leave Goldoa? What? Explain, Nazir. King Diginsia forbade the Dragon Tribe to use our transformation for the purpose of war. Almeida, you left because you did not agree with this policy, did you not? That's right. Shortly after you left Goldoa, you met Ashnard Dayan and were united with him. However, your union begot a chain of tragedies. Did you know that the Red Dragon Platoon which went in search of you was captured and turned into fellow ones by King Ashnard? So that's why Azuka has dragons, I guess. I had no idea. Ashnard needed Goldoa to get involved in his war. That's why he did everything in his power to provoke King Daginsia. Most of you have never fought in a war, but even more than other Lagoos, the Dragon Tribe loses control once they taste battle. Oh. Near the end of the war, we found out that Prince Rajian could not be saved. I thought the king would surely go on a rampage. At the time, we had no idea that Lady Almeida was still alive. The king thought he'd lost not only dragon soldiers, but also his children. If the war had ended any later, had Ike not killed Ashnar, Goldoa would have joined the war, and we would have started killing. We would have destroyed the Dayan army, its co-conspirators, everyone. We would not have stopped until the continent was ashes. Then the spirit of chaos would have spread across Teleus, awakening the goddess and destroying the dragon tribe. That was the danger we faced in the Mad King's war. But Ashnard was defeated, and Rajian regained his sanity thanks to the songs of the Heron clan. We escaped annihilation once. We took Prince Rajian's body back to Goldoa, and the king did not shed a tear, nor fly into a rage. He endured his loss by himself. He had endured for the sake of his last child, and for the sake of his people, Goldoa remained neutral. Father. But now, all that effort has been wasted. The war between the Laguz Alliance and Bennion has spread through Dayan and Crimea. And to top it all off, Goldoa can no longer stay neutral because of what Prince Kurthnaga has done. You're saying this is my fault? That I started a war that my father tried to avoid? No, Kurthnaga, this was my fault. You fought because of me. This was not Prince Kurth's fault. Besides, the goddess Yune was not awakened by chaos sweeping across Teles. She was awakened by the Galder of Release. By a Galder? Are you certain? Yes, that was what Sir Ike said. That's very strange. Nevertheless, the end result remains the same. Goddess Ashra has rendered her judgment. The Laguz and Bjork must follow her decision. What? Nazir! I've come here as a favor to the king. Prince Kurthnaga, you have to return to us. At once. If we just accept Ashra's judgment, we'll all be turned to stone. That's the end of history as we know it. Do you expect me to just lie down and accept that? How can I? What you're asking is insanity. I won't do it. And you, Ina? I feel the same as Prince Kurth. Then I have nothing more to say to you. However, I hope to avoid fighting my own people if at all possible. Nasser. What will you do on the battlefield, Kurth? Will you face your father as an enemy? I will do whatever I have to. So yeah, speaking of things to chew on, good fucking god. Anytime that the dragons are involved, expect like an expo dump for the ages. The Goldoa has remained pretty secretive up until now, and yeah, they've had good reasons for doing so. I mean, yeah, Nazir has just been so involved in, like, Bjork affairs for so long that I guess he didn't really fly off the handle until the last second, but come to think of it, I guess if the rule for all this happening is that the royal families of every single tribe have to join in, then yeah, it makes sense. Like, Goldoa never joined, when you think about it. I guess Rajian didn't count, like, it's a little weird. I guess the explanation is that with the Mad King's War, they stopped at the or Ike managed to stop everything at the last second, because Ashnard was, by the sound of it, legitimately trying to get the goddess to awaken and for chaos to spread over the world. I think he actually flat out says that was his end goal. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. So, anyway, let me back out for a second, because now's a decent enough time to kind of... Well, I could show off the units here, because... Yeah, look at this list. This is lagging the game just to go through everything. I can't scroll through my entire comp here because there's just so many units. I think the end roster caps out at 80, and good frickin' god. And, like, everyone after Lyre is brand new. Kanegas is new. Jifka is new. Renning is new. Ina is new. And Kurthnaga is new. I thought there would be more than one Laguz gem here. This might be a little bit awkward, but... Yeah, they weren't... They weren't kidding about Renning being ready to go, let me tell you. Those weapons could potentially be useful on other units. I didn't want to burst the Crimean bubble over there, but... yeah. Renning will not be seeing combat. I'm just gonna say that straight up, because I would like to field him at some point, or just field like an all-Crimea team, and see how that plays out, but this isn't really the playthrough to be doing that. Anyway, I want to go into, of all things, terms. We're not going to do characters yet, because this fills out in the epilogue with a ton of information that I don't want to show off yet, but I am going to go into terms. This is effectively a glossary full of stuff. Well, first off, you can see various character information, like here's Leanne's description, for instance. This was the last time that we got stuck in a shitty-ass swamp for over 3 hours of real time. Granted, I think those... now that I remember, when I did day breaks on stream, that stream was the better part of 7 hours. I mean, I'm burning the midnight oil over here if I keep this up any longer, but we're almost done, so I'm just gonna show this off. You can see here, she survived the massacre, but slept for long years hidden in the forest. Her discovery is kind of what prompted a lot of stuff to happen in Path of Radiance, especially on that map in particular. Like I said, last time that we got stuck in a shitty-ass swamp, that shitty swamp was the Serenus Forest, but anyway. And then there's units like Lyre that just get no exposition whatsoever. We have the entire group here, but I want to go under terms. So, first off, things like 3 heroes here is actually pretty relevant. There's also the whole affair of Dark God, which at the end of part 3, that basically just get completely disproven. Yeah, the Dark God will awaken and break free if a great war erupts and upsets the forces in balance to favor chaos. I mean, it did, but we got away with it. You can also see some stuff here like Old Tongue and New Tongue that we've gone over in base conversations before, but there's one term that I am looking for that is very, very big. I really don't want to show that one off that starts with a Z. So here's something interesting. Back towards the beginning of the game, we already kind of went over Subhuman and how it's a bit of a slur, or disparaging term as the game calls it. But as you can see here, human, a derogatory term for the Bjork used by the Lagoos. It was first used by Lagoos slaves to refer to their Bjork masters. The Lagoos used the same pronunciation as the Bjork so as not to be discovered denigrating their owners. Because, and this is an added wrinkle to things, because there are a couple of conversations where this term gets thrown around, the Lagoos act in a way that you might expect, and then they respond by calling the Bjork human. And then I think there's a couple of instances in Path of Radiance where Ike just goes, oh, like, what do you mean? Like, that's not a derogatory term at all. What are you talking about? Then there's this, human. The term for Bjork originally coined by the Venian Senate. It carries a connotation of being the chosen people. It is the common name for Bjork in their own nations. If you remember correctly, Crimea broke off from Venian, and I believe Dain did as well. So when you think about it, all this stuff regarding brands and human, subhuman, all this other junk, the Senate just remodeled language and just to suit their own interests. A little bit messed up when you think about it. And there's just tons and tons of stuff here, and we can even go up to branded here, just to describe this one thing here. They live longer and age more slowly than average Bjork. The Lagoos refer to them as the parentless, yeah. I think there's other stuff here, like said singers, which is just referring to the Heron clan, or the surviving members of the Heron clan. There's also different artwork here that you can see for the different nations. This is not too many games have a full glossary like this, and I don't know why I spent 10 minutes showing it off, but hey, there you go. Let's go back and finish up these info conversations. These last 2 pertain almost exclusively to Ike, and they both give us very nice stuff, so we might as well show them off. Ike, I have something to give you. Hey, it's called Earthen, if I remember correctly. I borrowed it from your father's grave. Why? Honestly, I have no idea, but I felt a sudden urge to visit Grail's grave on the morning of our journey. When I told Jipka my idea for our little side trip, he said he thought the same thing.
I believe we were guided to your father's grave by a divine message from the goddess. When I saw your father's axe, I was convinced that I had to take it to you. I felt that's what your father would have wanted. Maybe he and my mother are looking over us from somewhere else. Alright, it's my father's, so it's only right that I take it. I'll go over the Irvin in a second, but... who could Volk ever possibly want to speak to? Back in Path of Radiance, he only had one support, and it was with Bastion, mainly because Bastion was looking to hire him. But Bastion wasn't the only person under Volk's employ, remember. Volk? Over here. Looking for you is still like trying to fight spilled ink at night. It's part of the job. Anyways, you've grown quite a bit since the last time I saw you. Everyone loves telling me that. You're starting to look like Grail. That might be true, too. He is my dad. I didn't expect to see you here. Did someone from this camp hire you? Sure did. I see. It's good to have you on our side under any circumstances. Why did you call me over? I have to return something to you. What the? What's all this money for? It's the 50,000 gold you paid me the last time around. Well, minus my pay, expenses, that sort of thing, of course. Even so, there's a lot here. Well, the contract ended sooner than expected, I guess. You did a lot for us back then. I didn't even get a chance to thank you. It was a job. There's no need to thank me. I know. But if you hadn't told me the story of my father, I would have never known about his past. So, thanks, Volk. Yeah, so anyhow, you have your money back. See you later. Did he really just get embarrassed because I thanked him? What a weird guy. I like these bonus convos. The dragons waffle on about lore for like 10 minutes, and then these two are just like, yep, we get our stuff, and then we're done. So this is where all our endgame funds come from, but the Irvin is a bit of a curiosity. It is the SS-ranked axe. It is the only one of its kind in the game, and is, as you can see here, tremendously powerful indeed. Like, good grief. I can actually wield it if memory serves, but you have to... He's the only unit that can get SS in swords and axes, but he's already got Ragnar. I could dump a bunch of Arm Scrolls on him and give him Irvin, or I could give it to somebody like, I don't know, Titania or something who isn't even anywhere on this list. This is... Yeah, now that we're done with the base combos, I am gonna wrap up, but oh, let me tell you, like... I guess giving all to start might be a good idea. That's gonna be happening a lot, like what I just did for Sigrun, even though, like I said, now that I think about it, am I really gonna need 2 Horse Slayers? I might, actually. Yeah, but they're units like, yeah, like Leanne's carrying some stuff that she doesn't need, so might as well do that. Naysal is a curious case. I really don't know what to do with him. Like I said, I've never Naysal is a bit of a question mark for me for endgame stuff. Mainly because I do want at least one person that has form shift, but Tabarn is just so darn good that I'm kind of tempted to bring him in. But I've never brought Naysala, and I'm kind of curious how he would do. So I think my curiosity might win out if I'm being perfectly honest. Because, like, Maelstrom's a bit useless because Naysal is so dodgy, but... yeah, I would have to get him to level 30 to kind of justify doing it, because otherwise I think his strength is a little bit lackluster. But I do have the resources to be able to beef that up a little bit, and he's fast enough to the point where if he procs Tear, it might not even matter. Something to chew on. Jill, I mean, good grief. This is endgame material and then some, if I'm being honest. This is just the best that you could possibly get. So that might be possible, but anyway, I'm rambling. I gotta do probably an hour's worth of inventory management at some point, and it's close to 9 PM my time, so we're gonna wrap up. Let's go find a raid target.